Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Alliance for Patient Access's 10th Annual Policy and Advocacy Summit. I'm Josie Cooper. I serve as Executive Director of AfPA, and so I'm thrilled to welcome you all to today's event. We're particularly appreciative for everyone taking the time to be here, given the busyness and craziness of Washington today. For nearly 2 decades, AfPA has championed policies that put patients first, policies that aim to reduce barriers, protect the clinician-patient relationship, and reduce barriers to care. Our work has always been motivated by the recognition that policy impacts people's day-to-day lives. Whether it's decisions that are being made at a local, at a state, at a national level, or decisions that are being made by health plans and pharmacy benefit managers and insurance commissioners. These are decisions that have a direct impact on patients. Those decisions determine whether patients can see their clinician, whether they can access the right treatment at the right time, and whether they can manage their conditions successfully. So for nearly 20 years, AfPA and this community of advocates, patients, other stakeholders, care partners, physicians, have worked together to advance reforms that will prioritize patient-centered care. But I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the context of this moment. It has been a particularly challenging and chaotic year in healthcare policy. We have seen research funding threatened. We have seen impending Medicaid cuts, threats to vaccine access, and a host of policy shifts that would limit rather than expand patients' options. At times, the pace and the scale of these changes can feel bigger than us. And as we meet today, the federal government is shut down. Beyond the headlines, that means uncertainty for patients and for clinicians and for the policies that shape their care. Research funding is paused, agency work is disrupted, and patients and families are left wondering what the instability will mean for them. For all of us in the patient advocacy community, those challenges have meant more work than ever before, more issues demanding our attention, more challenges to confront, and yet truly more opportunities than ever to make sure that our voices are being heard where it matters most. That is why your work, whether you are a patient or a clinician, a care partner, or an advocate, is more important than ever. Our voices are more important than ever. Because when policy decisions are made, they directly impact our community's ability to live full and healthy lives. So healthcare is always evolving. New decision makers, new treatment options, and new policies emerge every day. But through it all, this community has consistently risen to meet the challenge. I'm amazed by the energy, the persistence, and the shared commitment to patients. So during today's program, we'll work to shine some light on many of the issues of today. We'll bring policy expertise to inform and support your advocacy and education. Today's conversations will explore topics including biologics and biosimilars, how these treatments are reshaping the future of patient care and the access challenges they can face. We'll delve into the growing impact of third-party decision makers on patient access and cost. We'll explore how value is defined through the lens of clinicians, patients, and those who create policies based on their interpretation of the concept. We'll discuss how policies can impede true patient-centered care and stand in the way of shared decision-making, but also what good policy can look like. And finally, we'll dig into the opportunities for patients, providers, and advocates to use their voices to advocate for sound decision-making that protects patients' access to care. We're joined today by an impressive lineup of speakers, all dedicated to ensuring that patient access remains central to the national healthcare conversation. Very much looking forward to the insights that they'll share. So before we begin, just a couple of quick housekeeping notes. As you can see from the program, everyone should have a program at their seats. We have a full and engaging day ahead. For those who are joining us virtually, please use the chat box on the live stream page to share your questions, your thoughts, your ideas. We've left time at the end of each panel discussion for audience Q&A, both from our in-person audience as well as online. And whether you are here in person or virtually, we invite you to join the conversation on social media using the hashtag AfPA Summit 2025. So thank you again, all of you, for taking the time to be here. Your time, your energy, and your commitment is what makes summits like these possible. So with that, I'm delighted to introduce our first panel, which gives us the opportunity to highlight where this summit began. As some of you know, when we first started convening this event 10 years ago, it was known as the National Policy and Advocacy Summit on Biologics, an event dedicated to exploring access issues related to biologics and biosimilars. As the issues have expanded over the years, so has the summit itself, becoming AfPA's National Policy and Advocacy Summit. Still, biologics remains central to the story, which is why our opening conversation continues to be relevant today. So with that, I'd like to now turn it over to my colleague, Gavin Klingham, AfPA's Director of Public Policy, who will moderate our first panel. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Josie, and welcome everybody. As Josie said, the Alliance for Patient Access has been involved in biosimilar and biologic policy for a number of years now. I want to give a shout out to my colleague, Dr. Dennis Cryer, who brought AfPA into the Biologics Prescribers Collaborative more than 10 years ago. And that we brought together a number of specialty societies to take a look at what was going to happen after the BPCIA came into being. And so that's the Biologics Price Competition and Innovation Act. And so we brought these specialty societies together to work with FDA on what should a biosimilar pathway look like and how can we make that go. And so I want to thank Dennis for bringing us and starting that conversation. To this day, we've continued that organization and we've continued to focus on this policy issue. I'm really excited to be joined here by this panel of experts who have helped me along the way, but also have guided this conversation more globally even than us. So I'm joined by Chad Pettit, Executive Director of Global Government Affairs with Amgen. Phil Schneider, a pharmacist by training, but an advisory board chair of the Alliance for Safe Biologic Medicines, and Colby Tyner, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for the American College of Rheumatology. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Chad, I want to start with you for my first question. And so this year we saw the 15th anniversary of BPCIA, so we're pretty far down this regulatory pathway and what we're trying to do here. It was put into place as part of the Affordable Care Act. And it laid out the framework for how manufacturers can get biosimilar medicines approved. From an industry perspective, how has that played out, and has it been successful to date?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's amazing to see, we're 15 years in, and the marketplace with biosimilars is now really well established, and we're seeing really good proof of concept in many cases, not without challenges. If you look at the overall picture, there's been 73 biosimilars that are now approved, representing 21 different reference products. And so we're seeing good approval. There's also over 100 programs that the FDA has in their development program. So there's a future coming in terms of the biosimilars market. If we look at cost savings, there's been $56 billion saved to the U.S. healthcare system so far as a result of biosimilar competition. And the way to think about that is it's kind of an exponential growth, because right now we're crossing over into about $39 billion just this year expected savings from biosimilars, and it will cross over to 40 billion plus in the coming couple of years. 181 billion expected by 2027. So that's significant savings for the healthcare system. And in terms of price competition, biosimilars are creating competition, and we're seeing biosimilar competition bring prices for biosimilars down year over year, about 11 to 24%. And we're seeing reference products also compete, and their prices also come down. And so The cost savings that results from competition, that's working. And in terms of biosimilars being able to achieve a portion of market, the share of the market, on the Medicare Part B side, the medical benefit side, we're seeing some biosimilars achieve 70, 80, even 90% share. And that's really a reflection of a vigorous and healthy marketplace. From Amgen's perspective, Amgen is our core business has always been, and our heritage has been innovative medicine to treat grievous disease. And we made a decision when the BPCIA was passed to invest in this business, and we've done so with real focus. It's become a core part of our business. We now have 11 products in our pipeline. 8 of those have been launched, and we've created what is one of the world's leading biosimilar businesses. And we view that as part of Amgen's commitment and part of what we're doing to help bring cost savings into the healthcare system. And so when we think about kind of how the market's doing, I think we've seen really good success, particularly on the medical benefit side. The pharmacy benefit side has been more challenging. And as we look to the future, policy really does matter. And we need to ensure that in terms of medicines being able to compete head-to-head between a reference product and a biosimilar and between biosimilars, that there's policies both in terms of formulary and reimbursement policy that support that. And then from a regulatory perspective, we need to ensure that there continues to be confidence with physicians, with patients, all the things that have laid the groundwork for the success that we've seen so far over the last 10 years of biosimilars in the U.S. We need to continue to see that, continue to ensure that the FDA has the authority that they need to do the scientific studies that need to be done and make sure that there's confidence here.
Thanks, Chad. So what I'm hearing there from an industry perspective, the regulatory framework that's been established is working. You understand how to move through it. And from a marketplace, it's working as well, right? The system is saving significant money from this, and we're moving forward. You talked about the difference between the medical benefit and the pharmacy benefit. So Phil, I'm going to go to you as a pharmacist. When this pathway came in, it was received, I want to know how it was received in the broader community, in the pharmacist community, in the provider community. How did people understand this? What was the confidence level? And what did people think about this pathway?
Well, the original bill was intended to manage costs and reduce the cost of biologic therapies, which are really expensive. And so one of the roles that pharmacists were envisioned was to be able to help manage the cost of therapy, considering effectiveness and safety. One of the roadblocks was the ability to change a reference product to a biosimilar by a pharmacist like we can with generic drugs. And so that prompted the development of an interchangeable category which required additional studies, switching studies, to provide the evidence to show safety and effectiveness wouldn't be compromised if there was a substitution made by a pharmacist in the interest of making these medicines more available and less expensive. And so our organization, the Alliance for Safe Biologic Medicines, spent a lot of time over a 10-year time frame getting each state board of pharmacy to change their Pharmacy Practice Acts to enable a pharmacist to offer the patient a choice of an interchangeable biosimilar compared to a reference product in the interest of saving money without necessarily affecting the effectiveness and safety of drugs. And we were able to do that in all 50 states, which was quite an accomplishment. I think that may have been a long run for a short slide, because what ended up happening is many the earlier biologic medicines were delivered in an office practice, which didn't really involve the pharmacy too much. And those that went through the pharmacy ended up going through specialty pharmacies. And specialty pharmacies are often vertically integrated with insurance companies. So the reality is the drugstore pharmacist had relatively little involvement in making this happen. But many pharmacists also work in specialty pharmacies and in health systems. And in those settings, I think pharmacists have been important in terms of balancing three things that we tell pharmacists, the pharmacy students, they need to do when it comes to evaluating a prescription. It should be effective. It should be not cause harm to the patient. It should be safe. But also, we should make the most responsible use of limited resources. And so in organized healthcare settings, including specialty pharmacies and health systems, pharmacists work closely with patients and prescribers to make sure that therapies are offered that will benefit patients without unnecessarily burdening the healthcare systems with costs. So I think pharmacists have made a significant contribution in working as a team with patients and prescribers to make that happen. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges that are being considered that might disrupt that working model. But that's historically what's evolved since the passage of the bill.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks for that background and explanation. And so late last year, at the 10-year anniversary of the first approval of a biosimilar, AfPA commissioned a report. We wanted to understand how the biosimilar marketplace is working. We've heard lots of doom and gloom. We've heard lots of it's great. And we wanted to really understand from a patient perspective, how is the biosimilar marketplace working? And so we looked at, our metrics were, does it give patients more options? Do they have more options now? And so that was an important one. Does it save patients costs? Is it less expensive for patients to access these important innovative therapies? And then does it save the system money, right? System savings, of course, matter. Colby, I'm going to turn to you. Rheumatologists are at the forefront of this conversation, right? You guys have been the canary in the coal mine of most of the major rollouts of the first biosimilars. You had the first rollout of multiple biosimilars at the same time. I'd love to get your perspective from the rheumatology community of, is it working in the way that we had hoped and we had envisioned, and what, how could it work?
So we've already touched on the cost aspect of it and the expanding the treatment options. So the answer is yes, but. Rheumatology is a cognitive specialty, and I know there's some gastroenterology folks out here and some oncology, so you all are in the same boat here. And so when I say we, I'm not a rheumatologist, but I represent rheumatologists, disproportionately rely on these therapies to treat patients. We're not a procedural-based specialty. And so this is particularly impactful for us. When biosimilars were introduced 10 years ago, prior to that, patients had to rely on high-cost originators for treatment. And that priced a lot of patients out of the market for highly impactful treatment. We also need to talk about the clinical efficacy of this. And so you touched on switching studies, for example. The research has been quite clear that biosimilars are just as clinically impactful as their originator products. In fact, the FDA is, as of last year, said, okay, we no longer need switching studies to reach interchangeability status. So the research is clear, but bottlenecks have formed, and we'll get into this in subsequent questions here, having to do with rebate walls, ASP calculations, reimbursement issues, non-medical switching. But just in general, biosimilars have been a boon to rheumatology treatment and for patients with rheumatic disease such as rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, spondylitis, allows them to get treated earlier in their disease state, which of course leads to better outcomes. So it has worked as expected, but there's a but. There are caveats to this.
Okay, so I'm going to stay with you for the buts right now. And so, as I said, in the rheumatology community in 2023, you've got a whole slew of biosimilars that came out. And, we would think, gosh, the price is going to drop through the floor. This is going to be excellent, and everybody's going to be able to access to lower cost biologic medicines that work with the same efficacy. Can you talk a little bit about how that rollout actually worked and what we've really seen?
So there are some cogs in the systems here, and we'll get into, we don't want to necessarily get into the weeds of PBM reform here, but you've heard the issue of rebates being offered between the manufacturers and the PBMs. We won't get into who's wrong, who's right, but the rebates are negotiated between the PBMs and the manufacturers in exchange for preferred formulary status. And so what manufacturers will do is that they will create these rebate walls. lowballs. They'll say, okay, we'll put our entire portfolio of higher priced drugs and hopefully we'll get them preferred via tiered status. And so this disadvantages biosimilars. And so it's an anti-competitive practice. We're hoping, obviously, that the FTC takes a greater look at this, scrutinizes it a little bit more. You all will remember earlier this year, the FTC came out with an RFI asking stakeholders for anti-competitive practices. We hammered this point down. Second issue is when manufacturers have to report their ASPs quarterly, they have to include these rebates. And in the Part B space, when providers actually have to procure the drugs, they pay for them up here and they get reimbursed down here. And it's largely because the ASP has to include these rebates. We're involved with a coalition that has asked Congress for legislation to get rid of the rebates in the ASP methodology. So all this kind of creates these bottlenecks to patient access. It creates financial havoc for providers, particularly if they serve in underserved areas. That forces them to some untenable decisions, either to move the treatment site, switch therapies, or actually end up really closing their doors. And so these are some of the bottlenecks that have actually been created or put up that have impeded the potential for biosimilars in the market.
And so what you're referring to is the coalition around underwater biosimilars?
Underwater biosimilars coalition, yes.
And so and the impact that's having on healthcare providers is either they're not able to stock a certain medicine or administer a certain medicine, or they're being forced into practice consolidation or moving forward. Is that?
Yep.
And how can Congress help?
This is an uphill climb for us, and so because the ASP methodology, a lot of it is included in legislation. The Social Security Act can only be corrected via legislation. And so we have asked Congress to remove rebates from the ASP methodology. As a workaround as well, we've asked CMS to make some amendments to their step therapy memos, particularly in the Medicare Advantage space. And so step therapy says, okay, the provider is prescribing this particular drug, but we want to move them to our preferred drug. And just so happens sometimes providers are underwater on that particular biosimilar that the payer is preferring. So it's an uphill climb, obviously, because legislation is a bad word these days. It's hard to come by, but in the end, it's a worthy climb for us to embark on.
Thank you for that. So, Phil, I'm going to turn to you. We talked about interchangeability. We've touched on it a couple different times. And, you started from the point of we went state by state and passed legislation to allow for some substitution of interchangeability if it had an FDA designation as such. And the converse of that, of course, is if it didn't have a designation, it couldn't be substituted. In practice, we've seen a significantly different opportunity here. And I'd like to talk a little bit about kind of what interchangeability means, the pressure that term in of itself is facing both legislatively, administratively, and practically, and then what concerns might still exist on removing FDA's ability to designate something interchangeable.
Well, you're right. There's a lot of pressure out there to say all biosimilars are interchangeable with the reference product. And so we've heard that emanating substantially from the EU. The EMA has been advocating this for a long period of time. The difference between the EU and here, by the way, though, is that physicians still get to make decisions. In our country, interchangeability empowers a pharmacist to make a change, and it takes the decision away from the prescriber, and the patients have some concerns about that. Interchangeability in this country, based on the surveys ASBM has done, have generated substantial confidence in biosimilars among patients and prescribers. And so we think that doing away with the interchangeability designation and the clinical trials, switching studies that are necessary to demonstrate that a biosimilar truly is interchangeable with a reference product are really critical to maintaining physician and patient confidence in these products. We just recently attended a meeting at the FDA, a workshop on the future of interchangeable products, where the director of CDER made a statement at his keynote address that we're at a point where I think we need to consider the genericization of biologics. So the tone of the meeting at the FDA's offices in Silver Spring, Maryland, on White Oak campus, was set by the director of CDER saying that. And most of the presentations at that meeting were focused on the theory that there have been very few problems associated, immunologic safety problems with use of patient switching between biologics and biosimilars. Not much on the clinical efficacy side of things, and so there's no question that the winds are blowing in that direction. So we have a bill in the Senate by Senator Mike Lee from Utah that's directing the FDA to eliminate the need for switching studies for biologics that demonstrate interchangeability, eliminate them entirely. So here's a politician that's telling a scientific and professional organization what they ought to be doing relative to assuring the safety of medical products, medicines that are used in our country. And we think that's really a terrible thing. But that's what we're fighting in. So we're advocating strongly against the Lee bill in the Senate, and we're spending a lot of time with the EMA and the FDA, encouraging them to rethink this pressure in the interest of reducing costs and getting biosimilars onto the marketplace more quickly, resisting the temptation to undermining confidence that prescribers and patients have in these by weakening the standards for the approval of an interchangeable biosimilar.
So, Phil, you talk about nomenclature. Nomenclature matters. And you were talking about your FDA meeting where they talked about generics. They're trying to, the biosimilar.
Genericize.
Yeah, that's a bigger word than I can say. Or at least I'm confident that I can say. But you're talking about that. Do you think that's willful that they're trying to, like generics is a well-known term in medicine. Do you think that's a willful thing or simply they believe that?
Simply what?
That they believe that these are the same as generics.
I think there are differences of opinion, but I think what I'm starting to see is the politics begin to influence what happens at agency levels and regulatory levels. And right now, given all the things that are being done to manage healthcare costs, direct selling of drugs from manufacturers to patients, most favored nation pricing, the Medicare price negotiation, if you go back to the Medicaid, the previous administration, there's so much pressure to manage prescription drug costs that I think regulators are beginning to, waffle, I guess, in that. And I think we need to be concerned about that. So what I'm concerned about is health policy and frankly, reimbursement policies are really driving clinical decision-making, which I think is a bad thing. I think the healthcare professional community and patient care community need to rise up and say, these are medicines that are for us, nothing about us without us. And we need to stand up and make sure that our agencies that are in existence to make sure that medicines that we take are used are safe and effective. And it's not the FDA's job to look at cost. That's not their job. They should be looking at safety first and effectiveness. And so those cost issues are starting to creep into agencies that really don't have the charter to be doing that.
Thanks, Phil. Chad, I'm going to come back to you. So now that we have a decade of experience, knowing that manufacturers are making business decisions as they think about their pipelines, these are long lead items that they have to think about as where they're going to make their investments. What does the decade of experience with biosimilars tell you on how folks should be thinking about how to invest in this marketplace?
Yeah, and we've had some really good discussion here that I think has raised issues that are important. As we look forward, I think people need to understand to develop a biosimilar takes 7 to 10 years. So you're making decisions really early on in the process. We're making decisions today about biosimilars that will be coming into the market in 2033, 2035, in that time frame. And so there is a long lead time, and we need to be thinking forward, fixing these issues. Payer reform that ensures that the cost of the medicine and the reimbursement are matched up. Reform around, or thinking about the regulatory standard with interchangeability, for example. Interchangeability, as we've seen in the marketplace so far, that is working. We're seeing medicines that have launched. There's been nothing that the interchangeable standard has done that has slowed that down. If anything, it's created more confidence. And the FDA has all of the authority that they need currently to be able to require whatever the appropriate studies are going to be to ensure that the medicine is safe and effective. And why would we change that? Why would we want Congress to legislate and tie the FDA's hands so they can't do that? And I say that as we look into the future. In the future, what we've done so far is we've got monoclonal antibodies that have been the core of the biosimilars market. As we look into the future, you've got immuno-oncology therapies like bispecific T-cell engagers or targeted therapies like antibody-drug conjugates that are coming, and other technologies that are being developed. If we want to have biosimilars for decades to come, we need to ensure that the FDA has the authority that they currently have and they currently use so that you can continue to have the appropriate scientific analysis done depending on the therapy that's coming into the market. And so that's on the one side. And then on the other side, we need to be able to have this continued platform for biosimilar success. We've seen on the Medicare Part B, the medical benefit side, that is working well, and we've seen really good uptake and a really stable marketplace. The Medicare Part D side, like I said, has been more challenging, and that's where we need PBM reform that will ensure that the system where you have to have a high list price, but you have a different net price, and the value doesn't flow through to the patients. That needs to be reformed. There needs to be a level playing field between reference products and biosimilars in terms of formulary design and how those things work. And so that's got to be thought through.
So Chad, you make an important point there that our study found as well and echoed, which is there's been more biosimilar uptake in physician-administered medicines than there have been in pharmacy benefit medicines, and probably for the reasons you just outlined there. I'm going to stay with you for a question. We're going to shift gears here away from a little bit of this into a little bit of policymaker, legislator engagement. I've seen from your LinkedIn, you're getting to spend time up on Capitol Hill lately. Would love to hear from your perspective how those conversations are going. What do lawmakers need to understand right now about the biologics marketplace, and what role that legislators in particular have to play in what comes next?
Yeah. Look, legislators play an exceptionally important role in ensuring that we have a stable marketplace for biosimilars well into the future for generations to come. There's three things that right now are important, and Phil talked about the regulatory standard, and like I've said, we need to be thinking into the future. We need to not be thinking today. We need to be thinking policy that gets established now is going to drive investment and drive biosimilars well into the future. And so the FDA retaining their authority is really critical as part of that. That's one. We've talked about pharmacy benefit manager reform and ensuring that the formulary design reimbursement creates a level playing field so that medicines that come into the market, not just in the Part B side, but also on the Part D side, have the ability to thrive and succeed. And then the third area that's really important that I haven't talked about at this point is the Inflation Reduction Act has made it more difficult for manufacturers to develop biosimilars. It's narrowed the number of reference products that you can target and go after, and there are some reforms that can be made to the Inflation Reduction Act that would make that easier. For example, the law contemplated the idea that competition is the best way for our healthcare system to create cost savings, because competition brings in multiple products, it provides multiple options for patients, and it ensures that you have a robust supply system in the United States. And We've seen examples, for example, with generic injectables over the last 15 years or so where there's been challenges there. Competition does that well as opposed to this negotiated price control. The law contemplated that, and it also contemplated the timelines that biosimilar manufacturers have to hit to come into the market. And so there's a mechanism for a pause in the legislation where a biosimilar manufacturer that is going to come into the market, you can have a pause where the reference product is not selected, giving the biosimilar time to come in. Right now, that pause, you have to request it once, and then you have for 1 year, and then you have to request it again for another year. It's too complicated. We just need an automatic 2-year pause. Give us the time to come in. We also, as biosimilar manufacturers, we're not quite sure where the end zone is. There's this concept of bona fide marketing that is part of the Inflation Reduction Act that CMS has not, there's no clear definition of what that means. And there's an existing standard of entry into interstate commerce that the FDA uses that would give us a clear finish line to know when we're marketed, so that when we're making these decisions 7 to 10 years in advance in terms of development decisions, we know what the finish line is. And then the third thing is the whole principle of the Inflation Reduction Act was let competition work, but if there are no biosimilars, no competition, then there's a negotiation. But what if a biosimilar comes in before what's called the IPAY year, before the negotiated price goes into effect? Right now, there's no mechanism to unselect the reference product and remove what's called the maximum fair price. The principle of the law should be that is removed, and that the biosimilars are allowed to come into the market, into a market that's not damaged, so to say, by this negotiated price, and let the biosimilar then do its job and deliver the benefits that come from not just competition with the cost savings that we've seen so far, but also with the robustness in the healthcare system. That's where we want to go.
All right, so policymakers have a lot to do with the future success of biosimilars, what the marketplace is going to look like. Colby, I'll come back to you. You work with the regulatory agencies. They have a lot to say about the current success of the marketplace, right? And so in your interactions with the various regulators, are they doing it well? What can they do better? And what do they need to learn from the provider community on how they can help make sure that this marketplace is solid?
Well, I'll kind of buttress on what he was just saying regarding looking into the future here. It's the same thing. You have to educate the legislators on the issue. That's number one. You also have to educate the regulators on this issue. Our benefit from the regulatory side is that, for the most part, the regulators they're already fully aware of things like ASP methodologies. They're already fully aware about step therapy requirements. It's just a matter of making this a priority for them and helping them understand what our perspective is from a rheumatology or any other cognitive specialty is, how this is impacting us, all types of providers, whether it's based on geography, what kind of subspecialty they are. So it's just a matter of getting this on their priority list and helping them understand how all these reimbursement mechanisms are tied to the overall need for PBM reform. So it's an educational process, in other words.
Okay, so thank you for that. So that leads into the next question, which is for Phil. So 15 years after the law, 10 years after the first approval, current day 70-some biosimilars are approved, you would think that the education process is done. What do healthcare providers, what do pharmacists, and what do patients still need to be educated about in the biologics and biosimilar marketplace?
Well, I think our surveys have people will say that even though we've had success in the adoption of biologics and biosimilars, that we haven't done enough. And so the common criticism is that we need to educate prescribers more and patients more about biologics and biosimilars. And our surveys would suggest that that's really not necessary. Prescribers have a lot of confidence in biosimilars, particularly those that use biologics. And so their confidence spills over to the patients as well. So I don't really think it's a confidence issue. What I get concerned about is prescribers and patients are going to lose that confidence, which has been hard gained over the 15 years that we've been working on this, by weakening the standards for the approval of biologics and biosimilars. And there are some countries in the world that require no clinical trials at all, regardless of interchangeability. They require, the theory is that analytics are so good and so much better than clinical trials, which involve a relatively small group of patients and have a short period of time, take a long time, and cost a lot of money. So they said, why should we do that? That's sort of the message that came out of that FDA meeting. So we can get these products on the market much more quickly and much less expensively if we use analytics to evaluate biologics and biosimilars, including determining whether they're interchangeable or not. And we think that we're going to lose that confidence that patients and prescribers have now if that happens. And so we could have a reversal of that effect. So I think that's a problem. So I think what people, and patients and physicians are to some extent insulated from the cost because they don't necessarily pay a lot of the times. And so, these cost arguments sometimes aren't things that factor in their decisions as well. So anyway, but I'm concerned about the confidence that we've worked hard to gain.
And so that's a little bit of a nod towards where science is going, right? Artificial intelligence and AI and all this kind of data stuff. And that's a topic for somebody else in another day. But certainly, I think the regulators are looking at it. I think we're all looking at that. I have a final question, and then we'll open it up to the audience for questions. We've got a little bit of time here. And so I'm going to do the crystal ball question. 10 years in the future, is the marketplace stable? Is it successful? What does it look like? And what can it look like? And Chad, we can start with you and just go down the end.
We live in if you step back, just look at the bigger picture, we live in really a remarkable day and age. We have this almost a revolution in biologic medicine with so many new technologies that are coming in to treat diseases that a generation ago you could just dream of. And then to Gavin's point, you've got AI that's accelerating that. It's a really special time. And with biosimilars, like we've talked about, you've got to have the stability of the system in terms of how we're working to enable that future to come. There's over 100 programs that the FDA has in development. There's going to be a lot more to come. We need the confidence. We need to, as we talked about, confidence that physicians have. There are new therapeutic areas. We have ophthalmology now. We have the first rare disease biosimilar was launched earlier this year. There are more therapeutic areas that are coming. There are new sets of physicians and patients that are going to need to be educated and going to need to have confidence in the regulatory standard, going to need to be able to access these medicines, and so ensure that there's a level playing field between biosimilars and reference products, and that the formulary processes and the reimbursement processes all work in that way, and that the manufacturers are able to have the door opened in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act to go after that broad set of medicines that will be reference products and where we'll have opportunities to develop biosimilars. So I'm very optimistic. I'm optimistic that we're going to be able to sort these things out, and that we will see biosimilars in 10 years and 20 years that our kids will be able to benefit from the work we're doing today.
Thanks, Chad. Phil?
Well, I'm hoping that from the advocacy and policy standpoint, we make sure that we understand the long range. We talk about the future, the long range impact of focusing obsessively on price and costs. And Chad mentioned two of these, but I'll reiterate those. One is supply chain. If you have fewer vendors on the market, and you look at generic drugs and how the drug shortage list that pharmacists have to deal with, the majority of those are generic molecules that are so price-driven that there are very few sources of them. And so if one source dries up or there's an environmental issue that might compromise the production of that product, it affects everybody in the whole country. So we need to have a healthy market so that we have access to medicines, the supply chain stable. And this is a national security issue. And so I think from a policy standpoint, one of the things regulators are concerned about is saving their constituents money, but they're also concerned about national security and having onshoring of manufacturing and making sure that we have a healthy drug supply is really, really important. The second thing is there are some other considerations. Chad mentioned more increasingly sophisticated products that will make monoclonal antibodies look simple by comparison. The FDA calls these therapeutic proteins. And so it came up at the FDA meeting that we need to be careful about loosening standards or lowering standards because we have therapeutic proteins that are much more complex. And so the direction we need to take is to have vigilance about safety and effectiveness at the FDA rather than going in the other direction as we move further down the path of probably super exciting breakthroughs in biologic therapies. The third thing that was very interesting that I've never heard discussed before was the importance of the drug delivery device. And so they actually have a division of the FDA of CDER that looks at the drug delivery device because the comment was made it's more than what's in the vial. The device that's used to administer the medication is different from one manufacturer to the other. It may different techniques of use, different labeling and so forth. And so this human factors group their job is to evaluate not only the analytics and what's in the vial, but also the drug delivery device. And so I think the industry is going to get more and more creative about developing different drug delivery devices that are going to make their product preferable, and people will choose the product based on the drug delivery device rather than the molecule that's being delivered. And so that's another good reason that we need to be careful in evaluating these products. It's not just what's in the vial.
Thanks, Phil. Colby?
So I'm in agreement generally with the manufacturing end of this equation. I think we'll see biosimilars covering more diseases within 10 years. But taking this from the standpoint of the procurement and the patient access part of the equation, I'm a little uncertain. Until regulatory and legislative involvement deals with formulary manipulation, the rebate walls, and makes corrections to the ASP methodology 5 to 10 years down the road, it's hard to see what it's going to be like. I think we'll continue to see bottlenecks. The bottlenecks will get tighter. We just need some regulatory and legislative involvement to ensure that the biosimilar market reaches its full potential.
Okay. All right. So that's the 10-year view. We have time for audience questions. Does anybody have a question that we might want to ask the panel? Please.
Thank you. Very informative. My name is Michael Corey. I'm an independent consultant. So, one of the things that, thank you. Oh, you're holding. Okay. One of the thoughts I had is there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of burden on the pharmaceutical, the production side, the safety and the efficacy. And there was also discussion that decisions are being made that'll affect the next 7 to 10 years of development. What I didn't hear is the opportunity for advances in the next 7 to 10 years. For instance, pharmacogenomics could dramatically affect that relationship of efficacy and which patients might benefit from these biosimilars. Any thoughts about where new advances, for example, are we on the verge of any pharmacogenomic changes that could change these relationships and these issues?
Yeah, it's a good question. On pharmacogenomics, I don't know if I can talk specifically to that, but what I can say is, as a manufacturer, we are moving rapidly to strengthen our manufacturing processes, make the development of biosimilars as efficient as we possibly can. And on the science side, I think we already have really good demonstration that we can develop molecules that are complex, and in partnership with the FDA and the other regulators across the world, we can demonstrate that they are biosimilar. We can demonstrate that there is for those that achieve the interchangeability standard, that they are able to be interchanged at the pharmacy counter. And so we are applying, at Amgen, we're applying the same science that we have and the same scientists that we have on our, with all of our innovative medicine and the advancement that's going there into our biosimilar programs.
Thanks, Chad. Bill?
As a pharmacist, we've been waiting for the beneficial application of pharmacogenomics to pharmacotherapy for a long time. And I can remember 10 years ago saying pharmacogenomics is the next big thing, and it's been that way for the past 20 years. You look at how many drugs can really be individualized and optimized using pharmacogenomics, just simple molecules, is relatively small. And even a drug that you could theoretically use it, like warfarin, for example, there's so many other factors that affect the metabolism of the drug and so forth that pharmacogenomics is one factor among many that can affect drug response. And so I'm not saying we've lost interest in it, but we keep looking for ways to apply pharmacogenomics, and as pharmacists help prescribers and patients optimize drug therapy through the use of those. Most of these drugs are given intravenously, and so pharmacogenomics factors typically affect metabolism, usually involved in the liver, and so most of those oral medicines are affected by the first pass effect, which if pharmacogenomics is an issue, will be important for those molecules. An intravenous dose that's very receptor specific, I'm not optimistic that that's going to be a factor in the clinical response to biologics.
Thanks, Phil. I have a question from online here. And so, we know biologics and even biosimilars are the most expensive medicines in our healthcare system, right? Generics, 90% of the medicines, but we know this is where the drug spend exists. And the way that, Chad, you brought this up, but I think we all know the way that this is largely going to come down is through competition, right? Having more options, more treatment options. And so we talked a little bit about physician-administered medicines having more uptake, particularly in the Medicare program. Are we seeing the same in commercial insurance?
Yeah, and I would say we're seeing it both in Medicare and commercial. We're seeing good uptake, particularly on the medical benefit side. And we're seeing competition result in prices that are coming down over time, almost 80% in many cases. So we're seeing, I think, good results of competition, and we're seeing it on all sides of the business. The pharmacy benefit side, like I said earlier, has been more complicated. You've seen slower uptake. There is starting to be more of that, but it's still challenging.
Thanks, Chad. So I'll open it to the audience for any last question before we wrap up this panel. Please, right here.
Hi, thank you. My name is Camille Bonta, and I represent the Pediatric Gastroenterologists, North American Society for Pediatric Gastroenterology, Hepatology, and Nutrition, a very long name. Phil, you talked a little bit about clinical trials and the importance of clinical trials and kind of comparing it to how the EU is looking at approval of biosimilars. The thing I hear from pediatric gastroenterologists all the time is that access to biosimilars and biologic products are hampered by the fact that so many lack pediatric indications, right? And so, I know the FDA, about now maybe a little over a year ago, began to look at what clinical trial requirements would be for these products in pediatric populations with IBD, and really unrealistic type of clinical trial standards when FDA should be just looking at retrospective data for being able to move forward with pediatric indications. So just would be interested in your perspective of how much you see from the pharmacy, side of things in terms of the lack of pediatric indications being a real barrier to biosimilars.
I think the paucity of data relative to the use of medicines in pediatric patients as well as other populations has been a longstanding issue for all medicines, not just biologics and biosimilars. What I get concerned about is this interest or emphasis in the FDA of moving towards analytics only and no clinical trials is going to make trials in pediatric patients even less likely. So what you'll end up finding is case reports in the pediatric literature, and what's happening based on post-marketing experience through pharmacovigilance programs as being the data that you will, or the information that you'll have to rely upon as a pediatrician to make decisions. I doubt whether the FDA will be strengthening requirements for evaluation of biologics and biosimilars in pediatric patients based on what I heard last Monday at FDA.
Thanks, Bill. And thank you for that question and the other questions. With that, we're going to wrap this panel up. I want to thank my panelists for coming and sharing their perspectives with us. Always learn a lot with this group and this panel. At the 10-year mark or the 15-year mark, however we want to define it, what we're hearing is, right, these medicines are incredibly important. They're life-changing for our patients, but we need to understand cost implications, and we need to understand competition implications. We need to make sure that policymakers going forward are fostering this marketplace to make sure we continue to see the decade of growth that we've gotten so far. So I'll thank my panelists. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Casey McPherson, for our next panel.
Great. Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you, Gavin, and thank you to the first panel. As Gavin mentioned, this event has its origins in biologics, and so it's always nice to kind of kick the conversation off with that as a kind of a nod to our roots. And I always learn a lot from Dr. Schneider, Colby, Chad. So thanks for that. It actually also parlays quite well into this next conversation. This next panel is entitled The Middleman Effect, How Hidden Players Drive Patient Costs. And so what we want to do here is unpack some of the external players, those third-party organizations and stakeholders that are playing a role in the drug pricing, patient access conversation. I'm sure I don't need to tell this room, but drug pricing is a particularly popular topic of conversation in DC, especially right now and across the country. And so we want to use this discussion as a way to really peel back the curtain on who are some of these programs, who are these entities, who are the players that are driving a lot of these decisions. I'm excited to be joined here today by an esteemed group of panelists, including Kathy Oob, who's the president of the Coalition of Hematology and Oncology Practices, as well as the president and CEO of the Pontchartrain Cancer Center and a board member of the Community Oncology Alliance. So thank you, Kathy. Appreciate you being here. Dr. Todd Marr, who's the executive medical director at the American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology, and a practicing allergist in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Thank you, Dr. Marr. And Melissa Horn, who's the director of state legislative affairs with the Arthritis Foundation. Thank you, Melissa. So to kick things off, I think, Kathy, we'll start with you. One of the things that's been exciting for AfPA as we've continued to talk about some of these big picture policy topics is the increased education that we've seen, whether it be from policymakers, providers, patients. Just a few years ago when we would say PBMs, they would kind of go straight over people's heads. Obviously, now that's kind of common vernacular for most folks in the space. And so before we get into the weeds of this conversation, I wonder if you might be able to kind of level set for us. What are the role that PBMs are playing now and how are kind of where they fit into the supply chain?
Sure. So, at the heart, PBMs first were designed just to manage processed drug claims. But now they also, they manage pharmacy benefit, they negotiate drug discounts. But they've grown even more over the last, especially the last decade or so. So really now they, in my opinion, they sit directly between the manufacturer, the payer, the provider, and the patient. And in my opinion, that's not the role of the PBM. So I'll just, put that out there. And what that is doing, what that business model is doing, it's controlling access through utilization management tools such as prior authorization, and we see step therapy many times. They also design their own formularies, often prioritizing drugs that yield higher rebate dollars for them rather than prioritizing clinically equivalent but more cost-effective drugs for patients. And so, all of these rebate dynamics and drug, pricing models, it's creating this hidden spread that benefits the PBM and definitely not the patient. I could keep going if we want, or I can stop there. We could talk PBMs for days.
I fear that there might be some questions from the audience that we'll get into some of the specifics. And so we'll switch to Dr. Marr here next. So Dr. Marr, Kathy provided us an overview of kind of how they work from the big picture level, but you're a provider. You see this stuff on the day-to-day level. I really want to hear from you. How does their influence play out in practice? And do you have maybe an example of a patient who saw a poor outcome because of a PBM abuse?
Yeah. Actually, it's interesting. I've heard Alan Meadows, I think, say this, that PBMs are the creepy third person in the office. And it's true. You're seeing it's you and the patient, or you and the parent and the child, and you're making a decision, you're using your skill set, and I shouldn't have to think, what I pick is the best thing for this patient, but do I have to change it because of what's going to be offered? And that's complicated. And, we're on Epic. I'm at a large multi-specialty clinic, and we're on Epic, and supposedly Epic will tell me what's available on the formulary, but it's wrong about 80% of the time. And so that doesn't help much. But a good example recently, I saw a patient and went through their history. They had extreme bad urticaria, hives that were basically almost incapacitating them. They couldn't do what they wanted to do. They were embarrassed. And going through everything and looking at all the labs and the decision process, they had failed multiple other therapies that were standard, and it was now chronic urticaria. And the best drug of choice we wrote for, and then a day later get back with the PBM saying, no, this one isn't on their plan, and they have to fail a different biologic for at least 3 months, right? And this patient, when the nurse called her and was talking to her, the nurse got back to me and said she was crying. She was in tears. She had already been failing everything else, and now we're telling her, yeah, you have to fail one more, And so, it can be extremely difficult, and it's no fun. And it isn't why I went into medicine, is to deal with this creepy third person that's in the room. And it is difficult. It can influence from going to something that's a process that should be between you and the patient, and you have this other person somewhere. And it's a lot of times it's not even anybody you can actually talk to. That's the more frustrating part of it. So I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate it. And I think one of the, I mentioned that the awareness of PBMs is starting to grow, and I think stories like that are what are helping. I think it personalizes it, and I'm glad that you're able to add that kind of context and color so that people have an understanding of this impacts your patient's day-to-day lives.
It impacts the patients, and it impacts our practice. It takes time, it takes energy. It has an extreme amount of staff burnout.
Yeah.
That, depending on where you are, I'm fortunate. I'm again at a large multi-specialty clinic, and we have PBM people who deal with prior authorizations and all of that stuff, but they're hidden somewhere else, and it's all done electronically, and you can't actually pick up the phone and talk to them usually, and it's extremely frustrating. And I can sense from the tone of the message they're sending back, a lot of times it's copy and paste from the PBM's booklet or whatever, but a lot of times you hear a little bit of an anecdotal type frustration in there, and I tried to argue with this one or something like that, and they just give up with frustration also.
Kathy, we'll go to you next. And as the awareness has increased, as the education has increased, as the patient stories have started to get out there and people have seen this, the desire to actually legislate on this topic has increased. And so, it's a huge topic of conversation around DC, obviously recognizing that we're roughly 10 hours into a government shutdown that throws a wrinkle into things. But can you maybe share a little bit about some of the work over the last few years by the FTC as well as Congress to really gather information and then take a stab at trying to legislate on this?
I do want to take a step back, though, and kind of explain how we got to this. So, organizations like, COA, CHOP, and Pontchartrain, about 7 years ago, I brought a son and daughter with me to the Hill to meet with Senator Cassidy. And they were able to share the story of how their mother, who was a breast cancer patient at our cancer center, needed a particular drug. It was an oral oncolytic. We had it on the shelf, but her insurer mandated, the PBM-owned SP. And, just to level set, when we have the drug on our shelf, we can, educate, dispense, and get it into the hands of the patient 24, 48 hours at the most. When you're required to give it to a PBM-owned SP, we see average delays of 5 to 15 business days. And in the case of this particular family, 45 days. And so what did that mean for her? It meant that her disease progressed. She was also a nurse, so she had a deeper insight into her, her medical condition and the quagmire of problems that we were facing. And fighting with the insurer, with the PBM, the dog ate my homeworks, and all of those things. And she actually went into the hospital for complications from her breast cancer the same day that the drug finally shipped from that specialty pharmacy. And she passed away 2 days later without ever being able to try the drug. Now, would that have made a difference? Don't know. But we should not be in a place where we have to ask that question. That's cruel. And, her family went with me to the Hill, and that was the beginning, because, Senator Cassidy was like, okay, fine, what do you want me to do about it? So on the way to the airport, a couple of physicians and I wrote the framework for the original TACT Act, which was, that if we submit a clean claim, that they have 72 hours to authorize and fill that prescription and ship. Otherwise, it would revert back to the prescribing provider. It's had several iterations over time, but that was kind of the beginning, or in my opinion for me, of how things started. But we have not given up. So we continue to go to Congress, you educate, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, because there's churn with the staffers, but you keep going. And so what that has led to is now, a couple of years ago, the FTC started launching a series of investigations, which is really nice. In 2022, they did a 6B investigation into PBM practices. Then in July of 24, they launched the first interim report, which concluded, and I quote, PBMs hold enormous power that impact drug access and pricing, especially via vertical integration, which is a big deal, and opaque rebate contracts. So you take that a little further down the line. In 2024, the FTC filed complaints against the big 3, CVS Caremark, Optum Rx, and Express Scripts. And they were alleging bad actor behavior, specifically around insulin, but other drugs as well, and unfair rebate tactics, which we could have told them, but they didn't ask us. But then in 25, the FTC issued a second interim report, which was really good because they did a longitudinal study. So from 2017 to 22, they concluded, which again, we all knew, that those 3 big PBMs controlled over 80% of the prescription drug market. Big shock, again, they could have just called you. And, they've concluded that patients are at the center of these harms, and, we kind of just are continuing to see that. We see bills continuing to be introduced in Congress. We were all very hopeful last year, and it didn't quite make it across the goal line. But we're hopeful again this year that we're not taking our foot off the gas, and we're just going to hopefully, when Congress reopens, because I believe they will very soon, that we will get more momentum and finally get something meaningful over the goal line.
Kathy, there's like two things I want to go back on that you mentioned. So you talked about the patient that you had that experience with. Dr. Charles, AfPA's chief medical officer, tells when we talk to our clinicians that if it's a patient who, is a medical professional or has a medical professional in their family or their daughter's a lawyer, he's not worried about them because they're the ones that are able to fight the system. You mentioned that this is a nurse who understands the nuances of this, and it still ended up having an impact on her ability to receive medicine. I think that's frightening if trained medical professionals are struggling with this. The other thing that you talked about the story of kind of in the cab writing the bill. The part that you left out that I always find funny is that you wrote it on a Post-it note. I always find that interesting. I think it's funny that that's how you get bills passed in Congress is get in a cab and write it on a sticky note.
But that's what happened, and I still have it in my office. So if anything ever happens with that basic bill, how it's morphed, we're framing it. Now, to put a finer point to it, though, like Community Oncology Alliance, we've been collecting PBM horror stories, which we've shared with Congress for the last 6 years, 7 years. We've collected over 1,000 stories. And so that's the 1,000 that we know about. Take that and multiply it and look at across, the patients across the nation who are being negatively impacted by this business practice.
I appreciate that, Kathy, and appreciate kind of the federal piece of this is such an important conversation. But switching gears a little bit, Melissa, want to talk to you. Your field of expertise is in the states. I appreciate that. I'm also a state guy myself. I find it interesting. You can actually get things done, which is fun. And so, we've seen states kind of get out in front of this issue a little bit, understanding that it's kind of such a slog in the federal government right now. And so I'd be curious to hear from you, why have we seen states take the lead on this, and what does some of that activity look like thus far?
For sure. So I would say, first of all, with the Arthritis Foundation, we were just on the Hill yesterday for our fly-in and talking about PBM reform and just talking about the activity on the federal level. We were really excited last year to see not only this larger reform issue talked about, but incorporating utilization management reform when it came to step therapy, which is a big issue for our advocate community, our patients living with arthritis, which there's over 60 million Americans that are living with some form of doctor-diagnosed arthritis, and that ranges in age from babies to the elderly. So it is definitely not just an old person's disease. In fact, yesterday we had a number of kids with us, I want to say like almost 20 kids with us interacting with the Hill, just educating members that chronic disease happens at all ages, and these issues affect all chronic disease types. Often our patient communities overlap. So usually if you are diagnosed with one chronic disease, the likelihood of you getting another one is dramatically increased. So that's just one of the issues that I wanted to point out. It's the same on the state level. Like you said, we tend to move a little bit quicker on the state level. Just to give you an example of like the success rate, even when the government is functioning and not shut down on the federal level, they're looking at around 10,000 bills per year on Capitol Hill, and they have around a 2% success rate. Usually these are big reform packages. It's not like you're getting standalone policy. Usually it's an omnibus big sink bill. On the state level, just to give you an idea of the differences in numbers, 135,000 bills are introduced on the state level, and the success rate at the lowest end is 28%. So there's a lot more activity that's happening, but usually these are smaller packages. At times there are PBM reform bills, which we have seen a good number of them in the last, I'd say like 3 years. It's definitely increased. About 30 some odd states have some sort of PBM reform. Now there has been increased litigation around PBM reform too, especially whenever it comes to disclosures. The big issue for our patient community is just awareness. You mentioned from the provider side that you have this creepy third guy in the room. Well, whenever you have a patient, think about the patient experience. It is scary enough to get a diagnosis like arthritis or cancer or heart disease, Crohn's, colitis, some of these invisible diseases nonetheless too, where you don't even look sick, but you are dealing with pain and sometimes mobility issues. And the last thing you want to do is spend time on the phone, not only with your insurance company, but your doctor, and trying to figure out what your cost-sharing responsibility is. You don't want to go to the pharmacy to try and pick up your medication and not understand what costs you might be facing. Do you know how embarrassing it is whenever you go to buy something and you can't afford it? Or if you go and you have dedicated assistants to help you pay for something and you think that's counting towards your deductible or out-of-pocket cost, and then come to find out it doesn't. You know, when I was a kid, they warned me a lot about the dangers of quicksand. And I never thought that that would be a reality that I would face. But I'll tell you, as a 3-time cancer survivor, I face it every single day whenever it comes to my cost-sharing responsibility for the medications that I'm trying to pay for. Whether the insurance company is trying to take advantage of the rebates and discounts and not passing that along to me for my cost sharing, or to any patient living with arthritis or another form of chronic disease, or again, a patient is being penalized because they have to use assistance to pay for their medication, be it a $50 drug or a $5,000 drug. They don't know what's counting for them and what's not. That lack of transparency, that lack of disclosure, it's about as clear as mud whenever you're trying to navigate your coverage when you are diagnosed with a chronic disease, and it really shouldn't be that way. I actually, every time I go to a doctor and am diagnosed with something new, my first thought isn't how I'm going to make it through, or even that I'm upset that I was diagnosed. It's how much time am I going to have to allocate now outside of my full-time job to navigate my coverage to see what I'm responsible for to pay. So it's a big deal, and states are having to deal with it because, again, if the federal government's not moving on something, the states are forced to do it for the plans that they can regulate, which, by the way, is only around 20 to 30% of health plans. The rest of it is under federal control. So there is a lot more pressure, and I would say in healthcare in general, in policy, there's a lot more activity happening at the state level because of inaction on the federal level.
Melissa, are there any good models on the state level that we could replicate to other states? I mean, is there somebody looking out for this? Because it sounds like there might be some good ones, and it was like,
Yeah.
I'd love to, know what Wisconsin could be doing.
Sure, and I used to live in Wisconsin. We were chatting about that before we joined on stage. And they actually have some legislation right now around PBM reform that incorporates one of the issues that I was just referencing around copay assistance counting towards a patient's deductible and out-of-pocket cost. I do love that whenever the bill has that incorporated. We saw success in Iowa, though, again, the litigation side, it was challenged in Iowa after passage. I always say, like, part of the work that we do as lobbyists, as patients that are advocating in this space, is not just passing a law, but making sure it's implemented and enforced. So yes, there's good models that incorporate a lot of elements, and I do like a lot of the language that's in the Wisconsin legislation right now, and they have a 2-year process that's year-round, and usually in the second year is whenever they're dealing more with policy packages. But it's a constant vigilance when you're working for a nonprofit organization representing patients that are living with these conditions to make sure these laws are actually applied. And I think sometimes we don't have the capacity always to follow it through on the enforcement side. And then we also don't have like the legal entity to go and battle this in the courts. But that is that extra arm of government that we have to be more aware of now more than ever. But I would say that is a uniquely American issue, as we are a very litigious country. But especially whenever it comes to the complexity of our healthcare system, we have a lot of work to do. But there are great models, and again, with over 30 states that have addressed this in some way, I'm hopeful that that will put pressure on the federal government, and that's something that we emphasized when we were on the Hill yesterday, is that there's some great models out there. Again, not just for PBM reform, but some of the reform that could ease the burden for patients on utilization management practices like step therapy or prior authorization.
Dr. Marr, I feel like you were reading my panel guide because this kind of gets to
Don't ask me what I think about lawyers.
Melissa, we'll actually stick with you. Dr. Marr mentioned, who's looking out for this, and I think that's one of the things that's really cool about your role as co-chair of the All Copays Counts Coalition is that you are. And I think we know how complicated it can be to monitor 50 states. And like that is not for the faint of heart. And so I don't know, maybe if you wanted to share a little bit about the All Copays Counts Coalition and the role that y'all play in the advocacy community in passing these copay accumulator ban or copay cost diversion type system, the legislation related to that.
Absolutely. So I co-chair the state side of the All Copays Count Coalition, which is a national coalition that's made up of provider organizations, so doctors, rheumatologists, oncologists, a lot of specialties, and patient provider groups that represent patients with all sorts of chronic disease types. So it's a very powerful coalition, and like you said, covering all 50 states. We do have one other person on our state team, but even on our federal side, we're a small but mighty nonprofit whenever it comes to our ability to handle all of the legislators that we need to communicate with and educate on these issues. You know, if patients are confused, legislators definitely are as well. Like, unless they are coming from the health background, they often have no concept whenever we throw around terms like copay accumulators or alphabet soup, any of these acronyms like PBMs or whatever else we want to throw out there. But also the insurance plans are constantly coming up, and PBMs are coming up with new schemes to delay to pay. So whenever it comes to this quicksand model, like I said, every time we move, we're sinking further because we tackle one issue that they come up with, like copay accumulators, and that's what the coalition is mostly navigating. We have model legislation that we've introduced and been successful with in many states. In fact, we're up to 25 states, DC and Puerto Rico, that have bans or restrictions on copay accumulator programs. But now we're starting to see new schemes like maximizers or alternative funding programs, AfPs, again, more acronyms, where you're going outside of the patient's normal structure for calculating their deductible or out-of-pocket max. So just to level set, for copay accumulators, I like to use the example of a student having a scholarship to pay their tuition. This is the same for a patient who has a high-cost drug or even a low-cost drug. If they're getting assistance to pay for that, that's that scholarship, they're going to pay for that drug at the pharmacy with a copay card that's usually from a drug manufacturer, but also could be from a foundation or charity. That payment doesn't, with the insurance copay accumulator program, doesn't count towards their deductible or out-of-pocket max, which our slogan, of course, with All Copays Count, is that any payment, regardless of what third party it came from, is a payment for the patient. That those funds are dedicated for that patient and for their medication, so it should count towards their deductible out-of-pocket max. Now, a maximizer, basically health insurance plans are planning around the available assistance. So they want to exhaust that assistance before the patient starts to pay towards their deductible or out-of-pocket max. So that's maximizers. Some of our laws are starting to ban maximizers in addition to accumulators. We've had success in a couple of states with that. The third level new scheme is alternate funding programs, AfPs. So this is where you're not using your insurance, and usually for a self-insured plan, for employer plan, where you're going outside and there's a third party that has a dedicated funding source where the patient would have to qualify based off of income for those funds for a higher cost drug. So again, it's not going towards their deductible or out-of-pocket max, but the employer might see cost savings because it's not a claim then. So they might get like a lower premium pitched to them or overall price for their employees to have coverage. But again, all of these are copay quicksand for the patient, because at the end of the day, if your employer has this AfP or if your plan has a maximizer and accumulator, you are faced as a person with a chronic disease of going to the pharmacy, not understanding how much you're responsible for that medication fill, but also not understanding how close you might be for your deductible or your annual cost. And if you're on a high deductible plan, it's the worst case scenario, because you are literally constantly in fear that you're going to have a really big bill whenever you go to fill that medication. And most of our patients will either abandon the medication or delay in filling it. And every delay is going to be progression of disease which I always tell legislators means more cost for everyone because there's a higher likelihood that they're going to end up in the emergency room or in a lot of our patient community's case, having to manage pain, and they could end up addicted to painkillers or something else instead of actually treating the condition that they're living with chronically. So a lot of work to do from the coalition to educate on all these terms and new schemes, but we have had a lot of success. It's just the whack-a-mole to try and keep up in the quicksand game with the new schemes that the insurance plans are proposing.
I appreciate the overview, and I think copay is such a good example. Copay accumulator programs in particular are such a good example of like the advocacy community making an impact. These were programs that didn't exist until 2017, I think,
Right.
and we've seen, 25 states pass in 8 years? That's a huge accomplishment from the advocacy community. Moving legislation is not simple, it's not easy, but through organizations like yours and the coalition, convening all these people together, it's how you actually make a difference. And so I appreciate you sharing that because I think it's a really good example of like why we're here today and why we continue to do what we do, even when it feels exhausting, like you're banging your head against the wall sometimes. So, Dr. Marr, we'll go to you next just to personalize this a little bit. So we've talked about accumulators and maximizers and AFPs and PBMs and rebates. And so taking a step back, what is often overlooked is the patient cost. We talk about system costs, we talk about the role that PBMs play in the supply chain, but I'm interested in hearing from you, how often do you see the patient out-of-pocket cost serving as a deterrent or a barrier from them actually receiving the treatment that you've prescribed? And if you have any anecdotes, again, would love to hear.
Well, first I have to say, Melissa, I used to like whack-a-mole. And now
Used to be a fun game.
It used to be a fun game, and I will tell you, it does seem like that. And I've seen this in practice. I mean, we used to have good copay programs that I could write a prescription for a patient and be able to say, by the way, this copay that the pharmaceutical company is paying goes against your copay, and they would smile. It would be great. And then all of a sudden that just kind of disappeared. And so what are we seeing? We're seeing patients on a daily basis who should be taking something twice a day, trying to make it last and take it once a day. Patients who are on a biologic every 4 weeks, eking it out to every 5 weeks or 6 weeks. And then they get in trouble with the specialty pharmacy, calling them and telling them that they're doing something wrong and they have to do it the right way. And I've had patients who have had, a lot of these for me have been more the asthma realm. They end up in the emergency room because they're not taking the medicines the way they are. They take the summer holiday, which a lot of parents do and a lot of patients do. Summer, we don't have the viruses going around, and so a lot of kids can go off their inhalers over the summer. Not that we advocate for it, but the parents do. And then fall hits, and we have what's called the September epidemic, where ER visits just spike, and it's because they're not using the meds. And a lot of times they go off it because they basically want to save money. It is costing them too much money to fill this. And the stopgap, I've been doing this 36 years, and the stopgap used to be, we used to have samples. We could give them samples. Now we don't have samples anymore. They had good programs that would do good copays. Now, even with the non-generics out there, we don't have any samples, and a lot of them don't have copay assistance for their programs. So patients are suffering because they don't, and they're not honest, unfortunately. I'm not maligning the patients, but they come in and they want to be your best partner, but it really takes a lot of work to get down to the fact of asking them and talking with them about, tell me what you're really doing. I know here's what it says in your chart, but I want to really know what you're taking, okay? Are you filling it, all right? How are you taking it? And a lot of times they'll open it up, and some of the adults, they'll break out in tears and basically say, I was doing it regularly, and I ended up in the ER, and now I got a huge ER bill because of that. And I wasn't taking it because my husband has this, or my wife has this, or something else is causing them to have these cost parameters. And I agree, there's so many acronyms, they can't get through the process. It's difficult. So, the personal impact of this, when we've had Hill Days, these staffers and legislators don't understand it because they don't live it. Their health care is different. Well, at least the staffers have bad health care. The legislators have they have really good health care. When my first visit, it was impressive that, we did more health care for the staffers who had asthma and other things because they needed help. And you shouldn't wheeze when you walk from here to there. This is what you should be on. Oh, I can't afford it. That's sad, really.
So we're going to switch to another topic here that's much less confusing than PBMs, is 340B. So
Yeah, that's simple.
Good one, good.
yeah, so Kathy, you know, the title of this panel is Middlemen, kind of hidden players that are driving patient costs.
Okay.
You know, I don't even know how to ask a question about 340B besides just kind of let you take the floor and run with it, because I know that you're an expert in the space.
Oh, don't say that. That's not true.
Set you up for failure.
I know. Thank you. Thank you, Todd. That's great. So, you know, I'm not an expert. I just pretend to be one. But what I will tell you is, you know, 340B started in '92. Great program in its original intent. It was meant for manufacturers to sell, you know, drugs to qualifying entities at a discount and use that margin, that spread, you know, to reinvest, to care, you know, stretch those resource dollars, be that, you know, treat more under and uninsured, community services. Makes sense. Sounds good. So manufacturers, they have to provide these drugs, usually 50 to 60% discount. But there's no transparency requirement. And that's the kicker. That's, you know, it's one of those unintended consequences, because I would like to believe that they didn't game theory that out. So there's no transparency. So, you know, the 340B entities, you buy low, you sell high. And so what does that mean? So you buy you know, you get these drugs at that, you know, 60% discount, but there's no transparency or reporting requirement as to who you're giving those medications to. Well, if I'm looking at it truly as a capitalist, well, I would want to give them to commercial patients, because that's where my largest margin differential sits. Well, that's what they're doing. Now, they're giving it to the under and uninsured as well, but they are, you know, they're game theorying it out. And so, you know, I'm sure most of you guys have read the New York Times Bon Secours Richmond Community story. And if you haven't, Google it. It's actually really interesting reading. But Richmond Community was a hospital started by 5 Black physicians back in, you know, like the 60s. In Richmond, Virginia, in an area, I think it's the east side, which, you know, has lower socioeconomics, served the community for decades. Then Bon Secours Health System came in, acquired them, and what they did over time, and the interviews with the residents and the patients are just, you know, heartbreaking. But what Bon Secours did is, as things started breaking at Richmond Community, X-rays, CT, PET, they didn't replace them. But what they did do was they started building child sites, which is legal, in the wealthier zip codes. And so you go to Richmond Community today, and it's essentially a glorified ER. It's lost its ICU, it's lost most of its specialists. All of those physicians and service lines have moved into those wealthier zip codes. Why do you do that? Because that's where your commercially insured patients sit. And so that's one practice that we've seen happen. You know, I argue that, you know, Bon Secours is not unique to Richmond. There's a Bon Secours story in every state, in many of the cities that we all live in. And so, but what it's done is it's creating access issues, huge access issues. You know, we see that in Louisiana. You know, when we opened in 2005, 3 days after Katrina, side note, you know, we were one of 40 community oncology organizations in the state. Now we're one of 5. Not everyone retired. We know most of them. They're in the hospitals now. And the NIH did a study back in 2014 that 340B entities profit off of each prescribing medical oncologist about $1 million annually. So again, if I put my capitalist hat on, I'd want those people working for me too. Makes sense. But it's, you know, taking resources out of communities And we see it in Louisiana. I have 3 sites of care. In my most rural, we're the only cancer center there. The hospital doesn't have infusion. And if Pontchartrain were to cease to exist, those patients would have to drive 45 minutes each way to get to the next cancer center that could help them, which is incidentally one of my other locations. But that's an issue, and we know the socioeconomics of those patients. And a lot of them, for economics, they rely on caregivers to drive them. They may decide not to seek care. And so that's a problem. And we could just, oh, and by the way, percentage of medical debt. If you're ever bored, go into PACER, which is the national database for medical debt. You just create a little account, and we're starting to develop a database of all of the patients within states. And I'll get to my point in a second. But it's really fascinating. We've already started digging into the raw data, and people that are filing medical debt, and it lists on their form that they're required to fill out where the debt's coming from. And it lists the facilities. And I'm telling you, people, the percentage of hospitals that are listed on those medical debt forms that are 340B entities. I looked at 3 yesterday for the state, and $360,000 in medical debt. And all of it was tied to 2 340B entities in the state of Louisiana. It is not serving patients the way it's supposed to. So we need reform. Transparency, accountability. We talk about that with PBMs too. It's really, in a lot of ways, it's intertwined. But the program needs to go back to its original intent. I'm not asking for dismantling of it, but it needs to go back to its original intent of, helping under and uninsured and not putting patients in medical debt for trying to seek the care they need. Okay, drop the mic.
I was going to say,
I'm done.
You claim not to be an expert. You sounds like you know what you're talking about. I've heard Kathy talk about this topic a couple times, and she's like a jack in the box. Like, wind her up and just let her go. And so I appreciate the overview. Similarly to PBMs, Melissa, we know that this isn't just happening on the federal level. And so what is some of the state's activity around this issue, and why is it so important to also kind of have these dueling tracks of addressing the program?
Absolutely. Predominantly, I would say until the last couple of years, we always looked at this as a federal problem. So we were like, finally, one that's not going to trickle down. We have enough work. But at the same time, this is a consumer protection issue. This is an issue of transparency and disclosure. Now, again, I use those words, then automatically you think lawyer and you think litigation. And that definitely is part of this discussion as well. In fact, 2 of the states are in litigation over laws that would require better transparency in terms of the price of acquisition versus the price that they're charging to the patient for the drug. But 2 of the issues I wanted to bring up to just really emphasize the patient perspective is, what are they experiencing whenever they are navigating a prescription that's higher cost? So it's great if they can go to a hospital that's designated to have this program that is supposed to serve them, particularly if they are low income or uninsured. But it's also a matter of you're now putting them in a hospital setting, which carries additional risk, and they're also not with their doctor, so it's also trust. So whenever we look at drugs, particularly brand name drugs, which a lot of our patients are utilizing brand name drugs that don't have generics. They might have biosimilars though, but 340B hospitals might be just serving brand name drugs. So it might be actually kind of steering them towards a higher cost drug where the hospital might be profiting and have additional revenue from that because their acquisition cost is lower. But also our rheumatologists aren't able to administer that drug because they don't get that extra incentive or protection on the acquisition cost. They don't get those discounts. So they could actually go underwater for stocking a drug and administering it to a patient who would trust them more in that setting, and also that the patient would have less risk of infection, and then just a better correlation with their ongoing treatment. The rheumatologist knows their case, knows their reactions to known drugs, has experienced what it looks like for them to fail and what symptoms they're having to a particular drug, more so than a hospital might, even if they are able to offer a drug at a lower cost. So this goes back to, again, that patient experience and what is ideal for the patient. And I think, whenever it comes to this issue, we need to look at transparency and the legality of it all in making sure that, consumers are very aware of the pricing and what should be passed on to them in terms of additional discounts or rebates, but also hopefully that the revenue that the hospital might be making is also going to assist them and offset things like facility fees. If you've ever had a treatment at a hospital, it's not just the cost of the drug that you see on that bill. Whenever you get your explanation of benefits, there's like administration fees and like all this other stuff, to where the drug might be cheaper to get at the hospital, but the care that you got to get it was way more expensive. I'll just use this example personally too. I've had many surgeries in my life. One of them was a bilateral mastectomy with reconstruction. The Sharpie to mark me up before the surgery was hundreds of dollars. That's ridiculous. And it was really like, even in the explanation of benefits, it was like administration of mapping for the surgery or something like that. It wasn't the actual Sharpie that was marked up. It was the administration of the process to use it. So, again, these types of transparency issues are something that we care a lot about for the patient. And if we can solve it on the state level and say, hey, if you are running in this state and you're getting this federal designation, you're getting this benefit for administering higher cost drugs, first of all, maybe make sure that you're not just stocking the brand name, but also other drugs that might be similar, but slightly different, but at a lower cost. So patients have options, but also don't charge them all these additional fees, and make sure that you're establishing a line of communication with the doctors that they are going to, that know their case so well, so you can establish better trust with them. Because at the end of the day, healthcare should be based on the patient experience. Right now, it is very formatted for who is going to gain financially, and that revenue is not going back to the patient. And we want to see every benefit, whether it's assistance because of a federal designation or assistance from a drug manufacturer or a charity, to always stick with the patient. So that's kind of the work that we've seen. Not as much activity on 340B as like PBM reform as a whole, but there is a number of states that are looking at this issue increasingly, especially whenever it comes to that consumer protection angle.
And when you talk about consumer protection, so the 340B program, there's nothing in it that says that the covered entity actually has to inform the patient that they're a 340B patient. Right. Nothing. And so that's, one of the big things is the patient right to know that they are, being, used as part of this program. And so when they get these bills, they don't, 340B entity, what does that mean? They're just going to their hospital. And so, it's all of those complex things that when you're trying to get patients engaged in, because that's, what Congress wants to know, how are these programs impacting patients? And they want to hear from the patients. It's really difficult, though, to educate patients to be able to understand their role in this program and how to advocate for change.
Yeah. One other thing too, I don't know if you guys remember whenever we first got cell phones, and you would get like your cell phone bill and they would charge by minutes or something like that. And you would I remember when internet came on the phones before we had these really crazy smartphones, you would get thumb charges or data charges. I equate that to some of these bills. It's not a surprise bill, but the verbiage in the bill and the explanation of benefits, that's not a real explanation. Yeah. That's not using English. What does 340B mean to anyone? Like it just doesn't make sense from the patient perspective, and honestly makes caring for them and the treatment and the conversations between a patient and their doctor even more complex. Just unnecessary burden. Chronic diseases are hard enough. All of this stuff shouldn't be.
Super helpful. I think the overview is always, 340B, like we've established, is quite confusing. But I think some of the impacts that we're starting to see impacts clinicians. And so, Dr. Morrow, I want to go to you a little bit here. We know that private practices are kind of disappearing across the country. 340B might play a role. You mentioned the administrative burden that pharmacy benefit managers have. So I'm curious in hearing from you, how is that kind of disappearance of private practice playing out in the allergy community? Is it something that you're seeing? Is it something you're experiencing? And then what does that ultimately do for the patient?
Well, very much so. I mean, when I started here, I would honestly say well over 3/4 of allergy practices were private practice. So that was in the early 90s. I mean, data I have from like our survey we've done 2018, 2019, we had about 55 to 60% of allergists would list themselves as being in private practice. This past 2 years, it's dropped to 30, 33%. So it's been cut almost in half. And what's gone up is private equity, almost at 10%. And so if you look at AMA had similar data. AMA in 2018, 54% were private, 27% were hospital practice. In 2024, it went down to 42% private, 34% hospital, and 6.5% private equity. So private equity is taking over. Unfortunately, they are looking at, I mean, we've just talked about the financial and transparency. There's literally no transparency there. They're in it just to make money. Yeah. So the pressure on the private practice allergist has been extreme. You know, where are they making their profits, so to speak, because it's a business, and how are they going to translate that to keep the doors open, so to speak? And so many of them, unfortunately, have had to say, I can't do this anymore. I can't, the PBMs are killing me because I have to hire somebody who handles all of this insurance stuff. I want to just see patients and take care of patients. And unfortunately, business isn't taught in medical school. And it should be very much more, because that's what it is. So I know we're getting down on time. So yes, unfortunately, we've lost private practices, and that's hurt. And it's hurt the rural communities, because private equity doesn't want to go into the rural communities. There's no margin there. Where they go is where the money is.
All right, in the last 45 or so seconds that we have, we're doing a speed round. So good luck. Kathy, we'll start with you. When Congress, hopefully it opens back up, when it does, what can we expect to see?
Oh, gosh.
I said good luck.
I know, thanks. Yeah, I'm hopeful that we'll get some PBM reform in the end of the year Christmas package. You know, that's why I get out of bed in the morning, because I'm hopeful. You know, in regards to 340B, you know, the Cassidy report from the Help Committee came out recently. Before that, CBO had a report, and then Schaefer published something, I believe yesterday or the day before. But, you know, here's the kicker. You know, 340B, like we talked earlier, they need, you know, Congress wants a patient face around it. And I think we have a very small window for, you know, 340B reform, because it's so complicated that, you know, we need to figure out some sort of mobilized effort in a very quick manner, so we can move to hearings, we can move to bills, and get something over the goal line. I'm a little more hopeful on PBMs. I think they could move in parallel tracks, transparency, accountability. But in this Congress, I mean, I cannot crystal ball that.
Yeah, sounds simple enough. Melissa, same thing to you. We're officially in Q4, so now I don't feel bad asking. 2026, what are we going to see in the States?
So I would love to say that we're going to further reform on some of these bigger issues and have proactive policy to continue to do the whack-a-mole. But I will say, you know, in light of HR1, Big Beautiful Bill, B3, whatever you want to call it, it's putting a lot more pressure on states to act in terms of eligibility for coverage that's state regulated, especially Medicaid. And then also funds for rural hospitals, which are going to see increasing pressure. But I also see, you know, a lot of change in terms of, you know, what's required. Obviously, we've seen a lot of conversation around vaccines and just access to care in general. So I think states will be focused on their budgets for the next like 5 years because of a lot of the push down from federal policy changes. And it will be harder for us to push proactive policy in terms of reforming coverage whenever we're trying to make sure people are eligible for coverage. So a lot of the work that I'm going to be doing is really educating lawmakers, especially insurance committee members, health committee members, but also finance committee members, to make sure that healthcare remains a priority and eligibility. We're not just getting people onto plans that cover nothing. We need more than a Band-Aid to help people, especially that are navigating chronic disease in this country.
I'm going to retire and move to Denmark.
I was going to say, why does this matter for clinicians? But it sounds like you've got your plan, so maybe
Yeah.
someone else I should ask.
Yeah, I mean, why does it matter? It matters huge, but we're so frustrated. I mean, that's the simple answer. We have a lot of frustration. We get a lot of push from our members saying, why aren't you more politically active? Why don't you call for this person's resignation or that? And it's like, we don't want to, we want to work for our members to get the best that we can for our members from all the other aspects, and staying out of politics is sometimes the best thing to do. Unfortunately, it rears its ugly head no matter where you turn.
Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate the conversation. From here, we're going to
break.
From here, we're going to take a quick break, about 20 or so minutes. So stretch your legs, get some more coffee, and meet with a colleague that you might not have seen. Thank you all.
Here, let me help you down.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to resume. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to resume.
Well, very good. Thank you all for being here today and joining the summit and then the panel here. I'm David Charles. I serve as Chief Medical Officer of the Alliance for Patient Access. I'm a neurologist practicing at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee, where my team does clinical trials on biologics, medications, devices, and such like that. This panel is going to talk about the idea of value. And a lot of times when we talk about value of prescription drugs, that just gets devolved into cost, right? But at the Alliance for Patient Access, the value of medications is much more than cost. It's about patient outcomes. It's about clinician expertise to select the right therapies for patients. And then it's about patients having access to the right medications at the right time and the benefits that that drives into our healthcare system overall. So today's panel is going to dig into this distinction between value and cost a little bit. What do we mean by value? What do some stakeholders think about when they think of value? And then what are the current policies that shape how value of prescription medications are thought of today? You can't help but think about the value of prescription medications if you're in healthcare like I am, or if you're in this city working in healthcare policy. It's always a topic of conversation. So to help unpack this, we've got a great panel with us today. First, Derek Flowers, who is Executive Director of the Value of Care Coalition. Dr. Wayne Ho is an internist who specializes in obesity medicine and is also a long-term AfPA member. And then Donna Cryer, who is a seasoned advocate and entrepreneur, founded the Global Liver Institute. But most importantly, I think for this discussion, a liver transplant recipient from 30 years ago.
Yes.
Remarkable. Yes. Earlier today, in one of the...
It's like time travel.
Yeah.
Celebrating time travel.
Earlier today, it was mentioned, and just in the rheumatology space, the amazing medications we have that we had never thought of in the past. To think about Donna's case, right, to be transplant 30 years, right? Not only did that take the surgical expertise to carry that out, but also the medications and the innovation that's happened over the years. Right. So let's start with you, Donna. From the patient's perspective, what does the term value mean?
I'll actually bridge from your comments. Yesterday was actually the 31st anniversary of my transplant. And I remember at that point, they came to my bedside and they presented me with a drug that's called FK506. It didn't even have a name at the time, but it became, and is now the standard of care. What drove the need for my transplant was inflammatory bowel disease. And I was diagnosed when I was 13, and so I have been on every class of IBD medication that has been invented. So I live today. I'm able to speak and work today because I've stayed one step behind the innovation. And so I'm so grateful for it. The value to a patient, to me, patients are very practical. We are sick, we have some loss of function, and so the value of a medication or a surgery, some type of intervention, is how effective is it? How much of the problem does it solve? In the liver space, we have cured things, and so that's a huge value, and yet the conversation got caught up in what it cost, what the price was. And so it's also the safety. How tolerable are the side effects? It is the speed of the effect. Some medications take weeks to become effective, and sometimes you have to work with the patient to stay on until they can realize the effect of that medication. It's the duration of the effect. Is it something that you have to take every day, every few weeks, just once a year? That's amazing. And the method of administration. For someone who travels as much as I do, sometimes being in an infusion chair, if it's only 4 weeks, it's like sometimes it was when I was very sick, maybe it is valuable enough, given how sick I am, to do that. But when oral products became available, and that sort of liberate me to my life. So that method of administration is part of the value calculation for a patient. And so it is not just one thing. It is this sort of, I call it sort of a value stack that we are evaluating in the context of our life and with our goals, what that medication or intervention, what it contributes to our life.
It's key, yes. Dr. Ho, I'll call on you next. In thinking about the clinician's perspective on value, as a physician, how do you view value in this context?
My answer will overlap with a lot of what Donna had said. Obviously, I look at, does it work? Is it going to treat the disease? I practice primary care as well as obesity medicine, so the other part for me is, does it prevent disease? Does it prevent progression of disease?
Right.
Are there unwanted consequences that I can avoid? Are there sequelae of disease? The example I can give in obesity, once it's treated, we know we can decrease the risk of liver disease, heart disease, kidney disease, a whole host of diseases, including 13 different types of cancers. Right. So we don't think a lot about that, but that really factors into my mind when you say value. Also, the patient's quality of life. If I treat a patient and I'm happy with their numbers, but they're not happy, that doesn't have a lot of value for me. Right. And lastly, I have to factor in cost. This day and age, it's very important. If I have this wonderful treatment, but my patients can't afford it, then it's all for naught.
They can't access it.
Absolutely. And then even on a broader scale, thinking about the cost to society. During the pandemic, when we had a medication to help treat COVID, we had to ration medication. Who really needed it? Can we make sure that we have an adequate supply for the people who needed it most? So that factors into my decision as well.
Interesting. Derek, I'll call on you next. So as a leader of a coalition that advocates for the patient voice and the clinician voice in policy discussion, who are policymakers listening to in your opinion? And are these views being heard?
Yeah, it's a really good question. You know, policymakers, both in Washington and in the states, hear from a lot of people on all different sides of every issue. You know, the Value of Care Coalition was sort of created to serve as a platform to give patient, provider, and caregiver organizations a voice in discussions about cost and value, access and innovation. And so we really work to elevate those perspectives as lawmakers or perhaps members of price-setting boards in states are making decisions about cost and value. And instead of looking at simple dollars and cents, maybe cost to the state, we're urging them to consider what value might mean to patients and providers. And oftentimes that's in ways that aren't just dollars and cents, right? Like Wayne talked about how some medicines, you know, prevent bad outcomes, you know, and so you think, what's the value to a patient who's able simply to go outside and breathe because they got the right medication? Or, you know, how do you sort of value the idea that a medication prevented a stroke and the patient can hold their grandkids still, right? And so those are things that we try to bring to the forefront of these discussions. But certainly there are other folks in you know, policymakers' ears too. One of the groups that gives a lot of guidance to prescription drug affordability boards, for example, is a group called Portal. I'll probably screw up the name, but it's like the program on regulation, therapeutics, and law, right? Portal, yeah. And it's a group of, you know, academics. It's run out of Harvard, but they through a series of white papers, have created sort of a toolkit that PDABs can follow. And we've done a series of resources on this, why the ideas that they're proposing might cause concerns for patients, providers, based on what they're sort of guiding these policymakers to do. So it's really important from our perspective to get patients and providers involved to sort of counterbalance that narrative and talk about what really matters to real people in the real world who see these benefits of the life-changing medicines.
May I add something real quick?
Please.
We talk about quality of life a lot, and I run clinical trials, and it's really difficult to encapsulate what that means. There are a lot of surveys. We take those results and we publish them. Are they used, though, when we are determining a value of a medication? And also, an example, flying over here, I sat next to a man who was living with obesity. And I thought about my patient who told me, my goal with obesity treatment is to not use a seatbelt extender when I'm on the plane. How do you factor that in?
Right.
But we should.
Yeah. Right. Very challenging. And to follow up, Derek, on what you were talking about, a lot of government entities are trying to explore programs or ways to determine value or cost and how that's going to be approached. Can you share what you've learned recently about things that are going on at both the federal and the state level?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's happening at all levels of government, right? I mean, I think everybody recognizes the cost of healthcare is probably too high. The challenge that we're seeing is that a lot of the solutions being put forth really take a very narrow focus simply on the top line price of a drug. And so we're seeing efforts, you know, at the federal level and at the state level to do something about that, but maybe, you know, not in a way that looks at the entire healthcare system. So at the federal level, I think everybody's familiar with, and it's been discussed already this morning, you know, the IRA that passed a few years ago. I think the first panel talked a little bit about how maybe it disincentivizes some innovation for future cures, things like that, but it also put in place a process whereby the federal government, you know, negotiates upper payment limits, as we call them at the state level. They call them the maximum fair price of a drug, and sets that as sort of the price cap for certain drugs in the Medicare market. At the state level, we're seeing the same thing, and it's interesting. The first idea like this at the state level that I'm aware of showed up in 2019 in Maryland. At the state level, they call them the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. It's sort of the same idea that you gather a group of people together, you know, often not practicing clinicians on this board. They select some drugs, look at different aspects of them, various criteria, and decide if they want to set a price cap on it called an upper payment limit. And so we're going through that process now. But that's expanded, from Maryland in 2019 to Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Minnesota, and several others. And so you see this playing out sort of simultaneously at the federal level, but also at the state level in sort of a confusing patchwork of ways to look at cost and value.
Understood. Well, shift gears a little bit. So CMS is now doing, Medicare drug price negotiation. Dr. Ho, you and I both participated in a CMS clinician town hall, right? And so if you would share with the group your experience about that and your impressions of CMS's interest in the clinician's perspective.
I was happy they even had a town hall where we could voice our opinion. And I think it's extremely important that we do. I wanted to emphasize to CMS that they really need to think about treatment as prevention. We think about treatment as treatment, but we are also talking about healthcare dollars, but we don't think that if we treat a disease, we prevent others. And that in itself is a huge cost savings. That was important for me to emphasize. What I also wanted them to understand was you're picking the tools from my toolbox. As I wouldn't go to my contractor and tell him or her, you shouldn't use that hammer, you should use a saw. But that's what's happening in my world. And I think it's so important for clinicians to speak up and say, hey, I want to choose my own tools.
So, in the experience I had, I was asked to comment on a medication for a movement disorder, causes involuntary hyperkinetic movements. And so my impression from that experience was positive. I was first happy that CMS was looking for clinician input. And second, now post-COVID, we have virtual meetings. This was live streamed. I was able to step out of clinic, engage and participate, and then go back into the clinic. So the time invested wasn't that much, a little bit bureaucratic to get it all set up. But that's one of the goals of the Alliance for Patient Access, is to really help train and educate clinicians to be better advocates for patients to have access to approved therapies. So this is kind of a good example of where we can engage at the federal level and hopefully influence policy, in a positive way. So, Donna, I'll come to you. So if the government's trying to determine value, right, and these programs that are in place with the IRA and now drug negotiation underway, there's a concern that this is actually going to reduce patient access to therapies. It could require patients to switch from one medication to another, not for medical reasons, but for cost reasons. It could mean that patients are going to pay more out of pocket as a result of this. And third, it means that clinicians and patients may deal with more utilization management issues, lots of paperwork, prior authorization to try to get access to medications. And so if you could share with the group what is important about stability and continuity of care. As a transplant recipient for 30 years, the continuity of care has been imperative to your life.
Absolutely.
If you could share with the group.
So I do really appreciate that the white papers that this organization has put out about the importance of stability and continuity of care, about educating clinicians and patients about what might be happening behind the scenes and switching your drugs without the input of your doctor. It is traumatic, I will just say, to go to the pharmacy counter and to have them say that the drug that you've worked on with not only your physician, but for your patients complex as me, you've had entire teams of PAs, NPs, pharmacists, and physicians determine what is the right medication for you, and then to get to a pharmacy counter and they're like, well, no. Prior authorization, and I actually had this happen recently, and I was like, well, it can't be prior because I've been on it for 3 months, so it has to be something else. Melissa mentioned, we need more lawyers. I am one, and so unlike most patients, I was able to liberate my medication from the pharmacy. What I have found as leading an organization, that we need more economists, and that to help arm us with the type of data that we can use in all of these permutations of laws, of regulations, of discount programs, to be able to have more comprehensively, as we were talking about, more comprehensively, what are the value elements that should be going into these calculations. And so it's more of a fair fight, because it really hasn't been, as these have been happening so quickly. And most patients, certainly individually, and even the nonprofit organizations, were not really armed with what they needed to be able to advocate effectively on behalf of their patients. I remember going to my board and asking. I told them that I really needed to spend more time on things like ICER. I needed more time to learn about health technology assessment, so that I could teach our patients and other patients and be a contributor to these processes on value, not just in liver, but it's connected to the work that we were able to work in partnership with the obesity organizations, cardiovascular as well. And so that has been the sort of the next frontier in education for patients and physicians, so that we can participate in these conversations on value. And what we've learned is we can't outsource that from other countries.
Right.
Reference pricing or most favored nation, all of these things. Patients need to know about that. Doctors need to know about that, so that we can leap in real time as these conversations are happening.
Okay. So Donna alluded to the Alliance for Patient Access just published a paper yesterday on the value of stability and continuity of care related to prescription medication. So I encourage you to visit the Alliance for Patient Access website. You can access that paper. Donna, one of the things we're seeing is patients having fewer options for just formulary exclusions, right? That Wayne and I may want to prescribe a medication to a patient, and the patient wants to take that medication, and they learn that their plan, it's just not an option. Share what it means, if you've experienced, when patients just have fewer options.
So, to have gone through all of it is so difficult to even get an appointment with a doctor, with a specialist. You may have waited months for that. You may have waited months in a lot of pain and suffering and dysfunction. And so then to find that the medication that would work best for you is either not on the formulary of your plan, or is at a very high tier. So your copay or cost sharing would make it, prohibitively expensive for you to be able to get. And then when you look a little deeper, or you're in this a little longer, as I have, you learn that that's not because there's anything wrong with the drug, that it's not the right drug for you, but just because perhaps the manufacturer didn't give enough in rebates to the PBM. And so that's why the drug that you need is either not on the formulary, or is sort of so high up in the tiers that it's no longer accessible to you.
So that's a perfect segue to the next. I'd like to stay with you if we could on this, and then Wayne, I'll come to you right after. So in my practice, I use biologics to take care of patients. And what I've learned is that for one individual patient, you may find a dose that's helpful to that patient, and they're receiving their care. The very next patient with the same condition may require an entirely different dose and approach with that same medication. It has to be customized, so part of the art of medicine. And then the third patient, maybe, right, it's not even that medicine at all. They can't tolerate it, and you have to switch and choose a third option. And so one of the things that's challenging for clinicians, and I think for patients too, is this trial and error, finding the right medication, the right dose, the right timing of that medication to get stability. And then what's happening is the switch, right? Not for medical reasons, right? The payer is trying to switch the patient from one medication to another. And sometimes it may be that the plan says, well, it's a cost savings to us, right, if we could switch the patient. Another option, though, it may be that the health plan is actually or the PBM is making more money by coercing the patient to switch medication. So if you could talk a little bit about being on a therapy that works and then non-medical switching, what does it do to a person emotionally?
Well, emotionally, it's traumatic and it's confusing, but it's also, clinically, as a patient with inflammatory bowel disease, if I've been stable on a biologic, that may have taken, months, weeks to start working. We're stable. I'm now, living a life. I'm back, taking care of my family, going to the gym, doing my job. And then to have that, rug pulled out from under me and say, well, we'll just try this. Why? Not because your doctor thinks it's better for you, but for some other sort of clandestine reason. And then the months that you may spend destabilizing, just decompensating, in bed, not able to work then, not able to be with your family, not able to, and I have lost years of my life to having to either step through or switch for another medication, and then to sort of get back to where I already was. And so where is that time accounted for?
And sometimes that time, the patient loses something they can't get back.
They can't get back.
Right? It's not just the time. It could be a health issue that they don't recover from.
That's why I look 35, because when I'm not, because of the years that I've lost in trial and error. God tried to restore it back to me in some way, but also the dollars I've lost from not being able to work and productivity. Where is that money coming from back to me and my family? I've had so many families in the work that we do at the Global Liver Institute where the spouse had to quit their job to take care of the patient who's now destabilized because of switching or notions of interchangeability. And having been, an FDA patient representative for almost, a patient rep on 2 advisory panels for almost 20 years, I'm often able to fight back. There's a reason I am on the same branded immunosuppressant for my transplant that I'm on, that when the pharmacy tried to explain to me how things are, that's just the same, I was like, well, let me explain to you how they're not. And so they don't call me anymore. But most patients are not former federal prosecutors who, have a degree in Harvard in economics. And so how do we, as organizations, as this organization and the organizations that you have and the clinics that you're putting together in such a comprehensive way, make it so that patients don't have to go through that?
Right. I want to follow up on a point you made, because it was made earlier. So I take care of patients with, many of them with neurodegenerative diseases. And someone shared, that I've noticed that if I have a patient who has a family member in medicine, or maybe they have a child who's an attorney, and we get into a battle to get them access to therapy, I often know they're going to win. They're going to eventually get it. Here's the challenging part. I take care of people who may not have children, who are very elderly, and they don't have the wherewithal, the knowledge, the time, or even the understanding to fight that battle. There are people who are working 2 jobs who simply don't have the time to fight that battle. So these methods of utilization management focused on cost, right, in my opinion, disproportionately affect those people who are most at disadvantage in getting access to their medicines. It's a problem that recurs every day in my practice. Wayne, I'd like to turn to you on a related topic. We as clinicians talk to our patients about the continuity of care and adherence to the medications that we prescribe to get the best clinical outcomes, right? Sometimes I don't think that that's really viewed in a way when people are talking about value of prescription medicines here in this city. If you could level set for the group, what does it mean, continuity of care, adherence to the prescribed plan of care?
I'm going to piggyback off of you, Donna. this year, I think patients are waiting three months to see me.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking, this is primary care, guys. And this is not exclusive to primary care, it's for everybody.
Yeah.
So when you break someone's continuity of care with their medication, it's like starting all over. All that time you spent with the patient to select the drug, to work through the side effects, for monitoring, that may disappear. And that's very frustrating for everybody. And then when you start a patient on a different medication, it's supposed to be equivalent, but there are nuances like you both have mentioned. And that requires time, both in the office and outside the office. Patients have every right to communicate with their provider and say, hey, I'm experiencing these side effects, but they do it through their patient portal, which you and I will have to answer outside work hours. And if the patient has support to fight the insurance company, that's great, we're still involved, right? We still have, as clinicians, we have to get on the phone. A lot of times we have to do a peer-to-peer review, which requires us to speak to them during office hours when we're seeing other patients. So it's really difficult to coordinate. So the administrative burden is quite significant. I'll tell you about a patient ramification of this. I had a patient who was on a GLP for weight management, did great, took her off her blood pressure medications, took her off of her cholesterol medication, sleep apnea went away, everything was fantastic. And then her plan decided to exclude the entire class of obesity, anti-obesity drugs.
Off the formulary.
And that's a very common story. And so she started gaining the weight, and she, reasonably so, started to panic. I don't want to go back. I've made such progress, and now I can't afford the medication. You're telling me I can't have it. And it caused her to go into depression. And it was pretty significant. I spent hours with her on the phone to try to come up with different solutions for her. And so there are real impacts, not just for the patient, which is very significant, but also for the clinician.
Yep.
Can I jump in on this real quick, just to put some numbers behind it? We recently did a survey of specialists in 4 states that have these prescription drug affordability boards, right? We surveyed rheumatologists, endocrinologists, and HIV and infectious disease specialists. The idea being to find out their perceptions of these new sort of price setting boards and some of the tools they might use to lower prices and the expected outcomes. And what we found across the specialties, I think it was something like 41% said, or maybe 41% of their patients failed a first-line therapy before finding one that worked. And so because of that, probably, they were very concerned about the idea of switching. Many of them said, a plurality, I believe, in each specialty, said that they would be hesitant to even switch their patients to a treatment in the same class of drugs, right? And so, unsurprisingly, something like 96% of the doctors surveyed, which is obviously a huge majority, were really concerned about the outcomes of these boards and the idea that what they do might lead to non-medical switching. And to your point, 100%, really every single doctor surveyed was worried about the administrative burden that would come with these new rules as well, taking time out of patient care to fight some of these battles.
And Derek, I didn't tell you this. I'm also an HIV specialist. I wear multiple hats.
Yes, you do.
But I was shocked when a patient showed me a letter from his insurance company saying, hey, I want to switch your antiretroviral treatment from one medication to another. We'll pay you $2,000 if you switch.
Wow.
And it was multiple patients. It was not just one.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now we're having an insurance plan dictate clinical decisions.
Right.
David, I wanted to ask you, are there patients on these new panels? You talked about the different types of specialists.
No, unfortunately not. And so as I mentioned, these prescription drug affordability boards operate. They're in meaningful ways right now in really 4 states: Maryland, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington. It's expanding, but in no instance is there a patient representative on the decision-making body. They often set up secondary panels that they might call their advisory panels or stakeholder councils, and they'll have patient voices, maybe manufacturer voices and insurance voices too, but they have no decision-making authority. They're meant to just give some guidance to the board, which may or may not listen.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that I remember from my very first FDA advisory committee being on that side of the rope after, you know, years of regulatory advocacy, it's much better to have a vote than a voice.
Yes.
You know, a voice is a voice is nice, and you know, I was excited to hear about, you know, your participation in the CMS town halls, and there have been other opportunities for patients, and you know, perhaps I've grown cynical, but my concern is that it's performative, that it might not go into the actual decision making, just like, you know, panels that might come or after. You know, we've talked with ICER over the years about how can the panel about the impact of the drug come after the vote on the, like, that doesn't make sense. You want to be totally uninformed when you vote and then maybe hear about the impact of what you've done afterwards. Make it make sense. You know?
Understood. And following up on the point that Derek made about surveying physicians, similarly, the Institute for Patient Access surveyed patients who had been subjected to non-medical switching. And I encourage you to visit the website and find the results of that study. The emotional, the mental stress, and the impact that non-medical switching has on patients is significant. And I experience it constantly in my practice. And I'll share a related story to continuity of care. So I treat patients with biologics. They're typically treated 4 times per year. Every 3 months they receive this care. And it's a physician-administered biologic in the office. So I have a patient who is subjected to reauthorization, right? And so the strategy of the payer, this is a person with a chronic condition that's lifelong. It's never going to go away. It's managed with this treatment, not cured. And the payer, if they can tangle the patient and me in a reauthorization, been on the medicine for years, and just delay 1 treatment. So that patient in this calendar year just gets 3 treatments, not 4, right? You look at the cost savings by just administratively tangling up the patient, right? And what does the patient experience during that? I mean, I can think of one that comes to mind right now, and it's just frustration, tears, stress, and for no reason except for the money, right? It's not with no focus on the patient whatsoever.
And depending on the condition, their symptoms could be destabilizing. They may be having, you know, flares. They may actually also be having, you know, histological damage. For most of the things that biologics, you know, treat, there's, you know, ongoing inflammation or damage that can be happening that can have really long-term consequences, not just on the specific organ or condition being treated, but on other parts of the body. And so missing or sort of destabilizing or just taking out one dose may cause, you know, years later, the needs for surgeries. You know, I'm down several body parts, you know, and because of sort of medical mischief and administration, and just waiting. We'll just, you know, wait a few weeks, or delay it a few months, or we'll you know, we'll wait and see. And in the meantime, the ongoing autoimmune processes have taken out another organ or joint.
Right. In many conditions that these policies are subjected to, the patient doesn't get back what they lose in the interim. They just don't. Derek, I'll come to you with the last question for the panel, and then I'd like to open it up for questions, and kind of forward-looking. Sure. So thinking about the value conversation from policy makers' perspectives, what do you see as next in the value conversation, and how do we ensure that the clinician and patient voice is heard there?
Yeah, it's a good question. I worry a little bit that it's going to get worse for a while, right? I mean, we've seen the IRA implemented or at least begun you know, with the setting of prices at the federal level. We haven't yet seen the impacts of that, but there's plenty of data to suggest that it could drive up costs for patients and reduce access for patients. States are sort of copying that model, right, with their prescription drug affordability boards, which have a whole lot of flaws in the way they operate, but the end outcome is still the same, no guarantee of meaningful savings for patients, if any at all, and likelihood to reduce access. Now we're seeing states consider maybe skipping that whole part entirely, right? Why set up this board that's got to go through this whole process and take public input that could take years when you could simply make state policy that references the maximum fair price in your state. And it says so that if there's an MFP set on a drug, that shall be the upper payment limit in the state. And of course, we'd have concerns that those same outcomes would occur even without a process to have local impacted voices, share their stories. So we were sort of created under the idea that our hope was to try to stop bad policy from spreading, right? We view this as just bad policy. We've talked a lot about good policy here, right? Reforms to step therapy, prohibitions or restrictions around non-medical switching, all things that get patients the medicines they need. But the idea that you're going to put government, add this layer of government into the mix of, PBM price negotiations and all of this probably doesn't generate good outcomes. So more, ideas to sort of bring these prices into the states. I think that, based on what we set out to do, there is opportunity for patients and providers, caregivers to raise their voices. We encourage it every month at these PDAB board meetings, which are really hard for people to attend, right? They're in the middle of the day, you get 90 seconds to talk in some of these. But there's an opportunity to be heard there. I think more powerfully is in the legislative setting, right? Where states are considering some of these bad policies. There's an opportunity to point to things that are not working in these states that have already done it, or at the federal level. And that's where, being a constituent matters, right? You're a voter for this person, and they listen to you. And so that's what we really try to drive, and that's where I think patients, providers, advocates can make the biggest impact.
So we'd like to hear from you. So the Alliance for Patient Access has been hosting this summit for 10 years now, and the value conversation keeps coming up, whether it's ICER, the IRA, PDABs, and such. Where do you see the conversation going? Where can advocates be the most effective?
I think there's a question over there.
Hi, Vanessa Walker. I'm here representing DBSA. I'm also representing myself. I'm a 2-time breast cancer patient, also someone who was diagnosed with mental health conditions at a young age. That's such a great question, and I think as an advocate, one of the questions that I always have is, well, how are you going to let us? Because to your point, when you said, I wish the patient voice had more power and influence. We have a lot of power and influence in this room right now. And I think that for advocates like myself and advocacy groups that I work with to have power and influence, we need allies that have power and influence to be speaking up. So if there is an opportunity for you to be on the stage, on a med-ed stage, are you inviting, are you saying, can I have a patient there, right? Because I think that's one of the ways that I see there's a barrier. So I'd love to know from this panel, what barriers are there for advocates to actually get to the place of power and influence?
I may take a stab at that. So as someone who trains patients into becoming advocates in a variety of ways, particularly in, I remember adding the value reimbursement track. We have power. We just have to use it. As I see patients going, up on the hill in droves once again, that is exciting to see. I think that we're stronger together. Certainly the most impact that I've had as an advocate has been working really closely with our medical societies, our clinician partners, often it is sort of trading perspectives so that we're sort of seen as less self-serving. So I may take how important it is to have specialists and how, the costs of care can't be, balanced, the budget can't be balanced on the back of, cutting their practices. And doctors like we have here on this panel who really understand the trauma of some of these pieces of these policies on patients' lives. I think we're stronger together and have arguments that really are unassailable. I mean, the work that we've done with the Obesity Society and others in endocrinology and cardiology, chipping away at access to obesity medications, I think is how we changed the power structure by instead of being siloed, we all came together and created a unified message of how important treating obesity was to preventing liver disease, which wasn't a message point before, how important it was to prevent cardiovascular disease, and encouraging those organizations to add those studies so that we had the evidence. So going forward stronger together with a combination of some legal firepower and creativity, but the economic data, surveys of impact on practices, because I'd much rather have all the people in your practice being used to treat patients rather than be on the phone with insurance companies. And so I think bringing all of those stories in the various formats is the most powerful. The gap, the one barrier, I think, is knowledge often, particularly with payers, of when in the process we can act, who do we need to talk to, with what type of data can we bring to influence the process. And so I think that's what we're, as we learn, we're sharing throughout the communities. One company has a patient on their P&T committee, or should there be patients on the type of structure that you have? And so as we share this type of information about all the places of influence where we can sit and insist that there are patient voices and clinician voices on those, and not just one payer described to me, they're like, yes, we do. We have one in 20. The other, so they're one out of 20 people. That is an incredible burden for somebody to have to act on behalf of everyone. So so they need maybe 5 patients. I'm like, that's a great start. Now I would like 4 more patients. And so that's where but never think that we don't have power. If the system is not for us as patients, who is it for? And if it doesn't act for us, then we need to bring it all the way down.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question. Other opportunities that you see for advocacy or questions for our panel?
So, Melissa with the Arthritis Foundation. I feel like I'm talking a lot today, but I, first of all, just want to thank you for pointing out kind of these outside government entities that are talking about potential solutions that might not work for the patient community and might cause more access and affordability issues like prescription drug affordability boards. I always say one of the major benefits of being a citizen in this country is the record. People are really big on receipts, and I'm actually not offended when CVS gives me that mile long, mostly because they give me good coupons. But and I go often to the pharmacy. But I also want to emphasize the power in that is just because legislators might not be responding to you, or you might only get 90 seconds, or you submit a letter to the editor, it doesn't get picked up, doesn't mean you shouldn't still do it. Just because the legislator isn't voting in the way that you want them to, doesn't mean you shouldn't still talk to them. Doesn't mean you shouldn't still email them. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't still complain to your insurance commissioner if something's not right with your insurance plan that should be addressed by a law. All of those receipts are so important. When I was lobbying on the state level, actually in Wisconsin, we would do Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests. just to show that people were emailing and were talking about these issues.
Yep.
Because a lot of the times the claims are that citizens don't care. And as lobbyists, we often have to go into offices and emphasize how big the problem is, but without those receipts, without that record, we have nothing to point to.
Right.
So please personalize your stories, and not that every message needs to be a complaint. Please don't do that. But at the same time, if you have a problem that you're navigating, make sure that your lawmakers and these other stakeholders and decision makers, like a prescription drug affordability board or a rare disease advisory council, are aware of what you're experiencing and point to some of the solutions. Like say, hey, I do have assistance and it's helping me pay for this drug, but it's not counting for me. I've seen other laws that address this. Maybe the legislature could do that. Like come with a solution, not just the problem. And then join the nonprofits. We have action alerts and things like pre-crafted that you can personalize. We can make it easy to share your story if you're not sure what to say.
I think you're
Thank
right.
you.
And
Thank
we-
you.
we
One
have
last comment.
Hi, Kim Zabarik with Cancer Care. Quick question. I want to get your perspective on whether you think, in light of the request and really demand on PBMs and delinking, and now a lot of the discussion on direct-to-consumer sales, is there a pathway? It would unravel our current system, which might not be a bad thing, but is there a pathway? Do you see a pathway for open formularies and competition of a whole new sort, where it really would enhance that patient-provider shared decision-making process?
All right, I'm going to call on Derek. Derek, are you willing to answer that one? And you see you have a short
I have
time
0
on this.
seconds.
That's a big question.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, we could be hopeful for something like that. Like you mentioned at the top of your question, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if the whole system got unraveled. That's sort of the founding myth, I think, behind the PDAB proponents, for example, is that the system we have isn't working, so we need to do something, even if we don't know what the real outcome is going to be. And so maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. I guess time will tell. I'd also like to just circle back on Melissa's comment quickly. What she said is important. It may not feel like you're getting a response. Your letter might not get picked up. But the fact is, it also takes time to change minds sometimes, right? And repetition and more people and more people. So even if you don't know that you're making an impact, you still might be making an impact. And you're right that we can't give up.
Perfect. Well, that brings us to a close for this panel. Thank you for engaging with us, Donna, Derek, and Dr. Ho. Thank you very much.
I know. I heard game show. That's exactly what we're saying. It's like game show music. Thank y'all again.
Is that
prize? If you
lunch.
figured it out, let me know.
Your prize is lunch.
Yeah, exactly. We have 18 minutes and 40 seconds until lunch. So thank you again to Jennifer. I realized in the first panel when I spoke, I didn't introduce myself, so I'll take a quick one. I'm Casey McPherson with the Alliance for Patient Access. I know most of you, but wanted to make sure I did that. I'm joined today by Jennifer Snow with AfPA. Jennifer worked with the Alliance for Patient Access on a number of materials we've worked on in the past. But what we really want to focus on here is kind of 3 issue briefs that we recently released. Dr. Charles mentioned one of them earlier. But as AfPA has kind of evolved, we've talked about the 10 years of the summits and 20 years of AfPA advocacy. As that has evolved, we started on kind of more granular specific topics. We've now kind of transitioned a little bit into these larger picture topics, things that impact the entire system and these kind of above brand priorities. And we wanted to work with Jennifer to understand some of the things that we're hearing and seeing recently, and what that looked like. So the 3 things that we're going to touch on here are the Part B negotiations, the most favored nation drug pricing proposals, and we talked about it a little bit, but value of stability, value of prescription medications, and if there's a way to try to quantify that. And so I made this entire panel guide with all these questions, and then with that, in the last 24 hours, the government has shut down, the Trump administration has issued information on IPAY 2028 and the Part B negotiations, and TrumpRx.gov came out.
Yeah, you know what though, there's nothing to see.
So I will do my very best to stick through it, but Jennifer, I'm gonna lean on you a little bit here to coach me through it. But the first topic that we'll start with here is AfPA 2028. We know that with the Part D negotiations, which will see the maximum fair price next year, it hasn't been the most smooth rollout. It's been a little bit rocky, and there's some potential unintended consequences that we're seeing in some of these chronic diseases. And so when thinking about Part B, what are some of the things that you think we might need to be considerate of, and things that we need to keep our eye on as this process moves forward?
So I think if you look for a parallel in the Medicare Part D space and you kind of carry it over to the Part B space, in Part D they are grappling with how to pay and reimburse pharmacies and make them whole, because pharmacies are going to be purchasing the drug at a set rate, and then they're going to be reimbursed by plans at this negotiated rate, with that gap being filled by manufacturers. And they're going to wait about 14 days for that payment. Well, when it comes to Medicare Part B, and I should say that it's also taken 3 years to get to this point, and no one's quite sure if it's going to work on January 1st. I think we're really hopeful. But I know there's a number of pharmacies, I think 92% of pharmacists said that they will not, or they're considering not covering or having stocking the Medicare negotiated drugs because of the cash flow issues, $27,000 impact per year. And then you translate that over to the Medicare Part B side, and you have instead providers being the ones who are in that middle. Providers who do traditionally buy and bill, and this is really going to change that reimbursement. Because while we currently have in Medicare an ASP plus 6%, depending on sequestration, that obviously goes down, but you have that ASP plus system. Now we're going to be moving to this maximum fair price, that negotiated price, plus 6%. And providers, who traditionally already are kind of waiting to get paid after they purchase the drug, will be waiting even longer to be made whole by the manufacturer. And we don't have a system at all in place for something like that.
Concerning?
Yeah, of course it's concerning. I think, with any of these things, I think it's important to talk about the unintended consequences now before we hit them. And you'll see, like with Medicare Part D, that I've been talking about the unintended consequences for a number of years. Like Adam Fine has been talking about unintended consequences. I think it's really important to know what we're looking for, so that we can hopefully try to patch it up before it happens. When it comes to, I think, our concerns for the Medicare Part B space and the negotiated products, it looks like we got a little bit of a buy there, because it looks like Keytruda, which was supposed to be a 2028 product, will likely be a 2029 product because of the one big beautiful bill and the orphan drug changes there. But what we are going to see is changes to the clinical reimbursement, because MF, a lower base amount plus 6% is less money. But for storing the same drug, for administering the same drug, for chasing the billing on the same drug, so just less money to do so. There's concerns about the spillover, the ASP plus into the MFP plus into the commercial marketplace. ASP will no longer be published for those negotiated drugs, according to CMS in their the Medicare physician fee schedule that came out. So they're going to have to find a new kind of basis for pricing metric for ASP for those products. Worried about the payment timing. How long will it take to be made whole by the manufacturers? What's that process? What's the data exchanges look like? I mean, we don't have a system at all in place for that type of dollar transfer. And then also sites of care. We already in a tough time, I think, with individual small practices. Meaningful use kicked them quite hard, and then you've got 340B and other things. And sites of care and being able to manage an individual provider office is next to impossible. So will this further push our sites of care into larger units rather than individual payer offices?
Super helpful overview. I think you jumped the gun and got my second question out of the way.
Did I?
Yeah, so we're just going to move on to the next topic.
I know I'm between you and all lunch, and so I'm a little cognizant of that. That's like not, well, I guess it's better than after lunch when people are tired.
Fair enough. Okay, so the next topic that we wanted to touch on was the MFN program, Most Favored Nation. Obviously, a lot of news coming out with this almost every day, it seems like. There's pretty, you were starting to see adjustments from manufacturers about how they're going to kind of work into the system. And so this looking back, actually came around in the first Trump administration. This was a topic of conversation. And so can you maybe talk a little bit about where the origins of this idea came from and how they're starting to play through in 2025?
Sure. So from a populist messaging standpoint, most favored nation makes so much sense. Why should the US pay more than other countries? It's like just such a great elevator pitch. It's a pitch you can make to all Americans. It makes sense. Like, why are Americans paying more? And there's lots of reasons we pay more, and maybe they're not good reasons. What I will say about all of these ideas, and my take on them, is that there's lots of ways to change the system, but I think we have to have an appreciation for, if we do this, what happens next, and understanding that flow to make sure that we're okay with the what happens next. And maybe we are. Maybe we're totally cool with less innovation or less access in certain ways. And that's a great conversation to be had. And if we're willing to have that conversation, I think, like, great, let's do it. But I don't think we're having that with most favored nation. And so most favored nation is looking for equity between what the US pays and what other countries pay, whether hopefully those other countries pay more and we pay less. There was a very vague executive order that came out in May, followed by 17 letters that came out to large pharmaceutical manufacturers at the end of July that mandated is the wrong word, that bullied them into saying, like, you have to provide this MFN prices in Medicaid and move towards direct-to-consumer purchasing options that offer at that most favored nation price, or else. I like to say that I have two boys, two teenagers, and I have one that if I told him, look, I need you to do better, just do better, he'd be like, all right, I'll do better. Like, I will figure this out. I don't know what better means, but I will do it. My younger one would just look at me and laugh. And he would be like, sure. I mean, this actually happened, and there was a prize at the end of it. I was like, if you do better cleaning your room, and like, 'cause he really wants this new computer to do this photo editing, and I was like, this is too much, I know. And he was like, I was like, but if you clean your room more, and like, he's totally ignoring me. Like, there's no, and I think that's what we're seeing with the MFN, and you have some manufacturers who are coming forward with some more concrete ideas. Pfizer came out yesterday and said, look, we're going to do MFN pricing in Medicaid, and we're going to do direct to consumer. I don't think, and I don't mean to disparage Pfizer, I mean, like, cool for them for like stepping forward, right? But I don't know how many drugs in Medicaid they plan on doing MFN pricing. It's very vague, it's like all secretive. And so are they doing their whole portfolio? Are they doing like 4 drugs? With direct to consumer, how many drugs are they gonna do? And either way, are any of these ideas really worth it and good for patients? And I mean, for Medicaid, it does nothing for patient affordability. Those patients are already paying little, if anything. It does nothing towards potential. I mean, I guess if maybe the state doesn't offer those drugs, maybe they would, but they probably already offer those drugs. So like, what is it doing for patients? And direct to consumer worries me, because then, if we talked earlier about, Melissa, during your panel, the copay accumulators, it's not accounting towards people's deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes, direct to consumer. So not only is it potentially more expensive than using your insurance if you have insurance, but it's not counting towards the things that it should. So these are Band-Aids on problems.
I think that the point that you make about the direct consumer that I always find interesting is it's stepping out of your insurance.
Yeah.
You're paying your premium, and you would think that this is a covered benefit, but alas. My question, you kind of touched on this, but how would this be operationalized for patients? Like, how will this translate to patients? How will they actually see it? Will it impact their pocketbook positively? Will access be impacted? Like, what does that look like from the patient perspective?
So from a Medicaid perspective, I don't see any change. I mean, I don't think Medicaid patients will see it at all. From a direct to consumer, I guess it's nice if a patient, I mean, maybe it'll be less than what they pay out of pocket currently using their insurance. That's possible. And maybe they'll go ahead and use that. It will not count towards any type of out-of-pocket maximum. So if they're, let's say, in Medicare Part D and they have a $2,100 out-of-pocket max, I don't think that counts towards that unless there's some new rule that'll pop up. And then it won't count towards in high deductible health plans. None of it counts. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I'm just not sure it's a good one.
That's fair. All right. Shifting gears to the third topic, and this is a paper that we actually just released yesterday, but this kind of ties back to the last panel, these discussions around value. What we tried to do is get an understanding, as we heard from the last panel, it's very hard to quantify value. It's very hard to put a dollar sign next to it, but we know that those are things that ultimately need to be factored into these conversations. And so, can you maybe walk through some of the findings of the paper that we found is important to consider when having these value discussions, again, with that patient access, that patient perspective pulled through?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how much attention is paid to pharmaceutical price. 90% of our utilization in this country is on prescription drug utilizations on generics, which is amazing. The market really works. If there's a generic available, people are on it. Unless there's, I know there's doctors in the room, so I want to be clear. There's sometimes a generic doesn't work, and that's okay. But in general, if a generic is appropriate, the person is on it. If it's not appropriate, then they should have access to a branded alternative. But we have generics because branded patents expire. And when they expire in this country, we actually have lower generic costs than other countries do. Our generic system works. Now, biosimilars, as we heard this morning, there's challenges. We need to work on those. But in general, we do still, we continue to have a biosimilar market. We could use some encouragement there. But in general, we do have generics and biosimilars that follow the brand, and it's amazing. And those prices are much lower than in other countries, and they look great. I just sometimes wonder if we lose sight of all of the amazing things that prescription drugs have done for us, like how amazing the evolution of the prescription drugs has been just over the last 25 years. And sometimes I wonder, and this is like, I know people are going to laugh at me because they're like, oh, she works with pharma companies, and I do, but I wonder if we should be spending more on pharmaceuticals, not less. Like, why do we say oh, it's, it went from 9% to 10% or whatever the number is. And it's like, well, why is that necessarily bad? Like, maybe we're using prescription drugs in the right way, and that they can help patients stay stable and not have to go to the ER or not have to have surgery or provide, an alternative. Like, prescription drugs are kind of amazing. And so I think, when it comes to prescription drugs, you also see savings in terms of hospitalization. You see savings in terms of productivity. You see hope. You see, chronic care management. I mean, can you imagine what we'd be like if we didn't have prescription drugs for chronic care management? So in general, just the value of pharmaceuticals, I think, oftentimes gets lost in the finger pointing.
One of the points that you made that I think is really interesting, one of the things that AfPA tries to do when we convene our clinicians is we have a presentation where we talk through kind of where the dollars in the healthcare system goes. Everyone talks about how expensive the United States healthcare system is, but how does that pie chart break down?
Yep.
And one of the things that I find very fascinating, and you kind of just alluded to it, is that prescription drugs are anywhere from 10 to 13% of that.
And depending on what you look at, I think Kaiser I just thought I saw Kaiser said 9. So yeah, but it's there.
And Gavin likes to tell the story that while that's 10% of the spend, it's about 90% of the conversation. And so I think it's interesting, and you mentioned it as an investment. Do you maybe want to speak a little bit to that, of what that investment looks like, as far as if there are dollar numbers that you can attach to it, or kind of building on some of the things that you said of chronic disease management, the mental health strain, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I should say I'm worried about that investment right now. That's one thing that's coming out of this week, and seeing all the focus on pharmaceuticals. I'm worried about the investment. I think we've been worried about the investment in basic research and science for the last 6 months. For those of you, who are NIH fans, you can sympathize if you have kids in university and you've been watching that. If you have kids who maybe wanted to be STEM, and it's been a rough 6 months for scientists, and it doesn't show signs of improving. And so I worry about our basic research that eventually will be invested into the basic research that then gets funneled into and turned into pharmaceuticals. I then also worry about weeks like this, where we have so much focus on pharmaceuticals and what their pricing is, and not necessarily that appreciation, because there's other things you could invest your money in. Pharmaceuticals are not like a clear win. You're investing up to billions of dollars before you get a win. And sometimes you get a win and sometimes you don't. And will that money continue to be invested? Will innovation be impacted? Because again, you can put that money towards something else. I mean, NVIDIA stock looks awesome right now. Like, do I need to invest in a pharmaceutical company, or should I just go, I won't say Meta, but like NVIDIA.
No, I appreciate it. And I think it speaks to what Dr. Ho mentioned earlier. Dr. Ho mentioned talking about the tools in the toolbox, and if you start limiting the tools in the toolbox, how is that going to impact patient care down the line? So thank you very much. We have time for maybe one question from the audience, if folks have a question.
We're actually not leaving until we get a question. That's what I've decided.
Fair enough. So that is what stands between y'all and lunch, is somebody having the courage to stand up and ask a question.
It can be somebody from Woodbury or AfPA if no one else comes up, we'll take it.
I think you answered all the questions, Jennifer.
No, we're staying here. Doubling down.
Actually, it looks like, so we had a question come in from online, and maybe this is actually parlays into something that we can talk about a little.
We'll take that.
No, yeah.
All right, bring it.
Okay, so if it's not drug prices, we're going to achieve the savings. What is the number one solution you would have if the goal is to reduce the overall healthcare spend? Where would you go for the money?
I'd probably look at hospital or not hospital. I'm so sorry. That would be a terrible answer. Payer administrative costs, I would probably look at that. I know that's like 15% or something super high. I would look at that. I would look at, that would probably be my first, if I had to take a whack at something. I think everybody we need to be more efficient all around. I'm not saying that, the pharmaceutical space is not, there's not, changes that can be made. There absolutely can be. We live in this world where, and we've talked about in the biosimilar paper last year, and we touched on it in the East 3, that we live in a world of high cost, high rebate. And manufacturers were really comfortable there because your customers are asking, you need to do what your customers ask for. So they were like, okay, we'll make our higher prices, then we'll just rebate away. And they'd be fine, I believe, with lower costs, lower rebates. But the system is stuck on this foundation. And so that would be one thing, is how do we eventually move off of this pedestal of high cost, high rebate to something different? So first thing I would do, I'd probably look at administrative costs. But then the second thing I would be, how can we long term do something different? Thank you for the question, because now they can eat lunch.
Exactly. So thank you, Brian. Like I mentioned at the top, all of these ideas and concepts are discussed in the series of policy briefs, and thank you again, Jennifer, for working with us on them. You can find all of them on our website. If you have questions or want more information on those, please find me, let me know. We'd be happy to share those with all of you. With that, we will break for lunch, and so I believe food is in the back, and you will hear from the voice of God at some point when we're ready to reconvene. So
thank you.
Thank y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to resume.
They needed props behind us.
All right, everyone. So we are going to go ahead and kick things off again. Please continue to enjoy your lunch. But just to introduce myself, my name is Olivia Perry. I serve as a coalition director with the Alliance for Patient Access, and I am incredibly excited to be moderating today's panel, From Barriers to Breakthroughs, Addressing Policies That Fail Patients. AfPA was founded on the idea that a healthcare system that prioritizes individual patients is one that will ultimately lead to the highest quality care. Yet one of the biggest barriers that patients face is simply getting the right information, whether that's the right diagnosis, the right healthcare provider, the right treatment plan. So our next panel is really here to explore how this plays out in practice, the extra hoops patients and providers often face, and the policies that can either help or hinder access to the right diagnosis and care. So I'm incredibly excited to be joined by a very esteemed panel here with me. Ozzie Giglio, who is a patient advocate living with amyloidosis, Rajni Atri, who is a genetic counselor at the University of Michigan, and Dr. Darlene Dene, who is a family medicine physician in rural Pennsylvania. So thank you all so much for joining us today. Ozzie, I want to start with you. We really want to center this discussion on the patient perspective. So you've been open about your journey with amyloidosis. You've become quite the seasoned advocate as well, not just for yourself, but for the almost 200,000 people across the country living with this disease. Can you share a little bit about your personal story and some of the barriers you encountered in getting to the right diagnosis?
Sure. Thank you for having me. I was diagnosed with cardiac amyloidosis in 2015, sort of as an incidental finding, and I will tell you that my journey to diagnosis was lightning fast compared to most of the other patients, the vast majority of patients who are diagnosed with the disease. I was a military officer, retired after 30 years, and I was at an annual physical at the Mayo Clinic, and they were just doing, the routine tests, normal tests, and I was really asymptomatic at the time, or at least I thought I was. There really were I had no signs or symptoms to speak of, no shortness of breath, no edema, nothing that would indicate that I had any type of heart condition or heart failure. And at the conclusion of this 2.5 days of testing where, excuse me, the Mayo does blood tests and VO2 oxygen tests and, treadmills, stress mills, just a young cardiologist saw sort of 2 minor items in my medical chart and really sort of one after that. And the 2 were I had what was called a slightly enlarged heart, which had been in my record for years and years, actually. And most of the other cardiologists that I had seen previous to that, and even when I was being evaluated for different physical conditions in the military, attributed that to, high intense athleticism. And then the other condition that she noticed was sort of this slightly dip in my EKG. She then took out a handheld ultrasound, did an ultrasound of my heart, and discovered that I had amyloidosis in my heart. And when she said amyloidosis, I couldn't say it, I couldn't spell it, I had no idea what it is or what it was. And certainly wasn't even sort of, it didn't hit me at all because I wasn't really aware of what it was. And so I was immediately sent for an echocardiogram, and that indeed determined that I had this amyloidosis infiltration in my heart. And so then I engaged in a number of tests after that, genetic testing. I had a heart biopsy to determine whether or not there was amyloidosis in my heart. And so that all took, I would say, only about 7 months. And so my journey is very short compared to many other people who have very, very benign or ambiguous symptoms and see cardiologists and other doctors for years before they're actually diagnosed with this disease, and in part because it's an educational issue. Amyloidosis is not well known. It's considered to be a rare disease, although many are starting to believe now that amyloidosis is far more common. So in 2015, there were no therapeutics at the time, much less a cure. I was given a 5-year life expectancy, and my only real course of treatment at the time was either a heart transplant or a heart and liver transplant. And so I was very lucky because I was on sort of the cutting edge of research and development at the time. Within a year and a half, I was introduced to a drug during a trial called tafamidis. It's a stabilizer, and what it does is actually stabilizes the amyloid protein in your body so that it can infiltrate the heart. And then about 3 years ago, I was introduced into a trial called vorticirin, which started out as a infusion once every 3 weeks, and then that turned into now it's a 1 shot every 3 months. And so I sit here today, 10 years later, blessed with 8-year-old twins, having survived really the course of treatment over time. And frankly, again, I was on sort of this deep cut in terms of dramatic research discovery of treatments for amyloidosis. And not only living but thriving. My kind of my run times, my swim times, my athleticism continues to increase even though I obviously age. So I'm developing my physical capabilities, notwithstanding, my continued vintage.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your story with all of us here today. Dr. Danae, I'm going to come to you next. So you practice family medicine in a rural community in Pennsylvania, and so for many patients, you're probably the only access point they have for a healthcare provider. So that means you probably find yourself wearing quite a few different hats. How do you handle the responsibility of being the first and sometimes the only clinician that your patients see when they're struggling with all types of undiagnosed conditions?
Well, first I try to get the trust of my patients and have faith in me so that they understand that, we're a team, and I work with them. We work together. My office staff and myself, we try to help our patients in any way we can. So we work with their insurances, we work with their medications. Many times we don't have access to a lot of specialists that are very local. And I have to see if my patients can afford traveling out of the area, which would be like the Philadelphia area or Harrisburg area, which is usually an hour to 2 hours away. Patients, if you have the trust in your patients and they have faith in you, they will tend to believe what you're telling them and follow through with your plan of action. And I think that's what's really important, because in order to keep good health in my patients, that's really something that we have to keep on board. If they want to go for a test and they have a large copay, they're not going to want to go for that test unless they understand the meaning why they need to go for that test. I had a young girl last week who had a abnormal MRI with just routine migraines, and she had to get another scan done, which required some dye. I had to talk her into it. She got there, she freaked out. The machine just freaked her out. Had to bring her back in, talk to her, and lo and behold, we were able to find, a very critical area of a venous abnormality that now she has to go to see a super specialist out of our area, but her family's willing to help her go. If she didn't trust me and she wouldn't have went for that test, chances are she probably would not have a very good lifespan. So I think it's all about the trust that you have with your patients and giving them the access to what you have available.
That's so important, that mutual sense of trust and faith that can really help take that next step for patients' treatment, for them feeling more comfortable for continuing down that path. So Raji, I'm going to come to you next. As genetic counselor, you serve an incredibly important and also very unique role on the care team. So after hearing a story like Ozzy's, where do you think you and your colleagues can have really the greatest impact, both in getting to a timely and accurate diagnosis and then ultimately that appropriate follow-up care for patients as well?
So thank you, Ozzy, for sharing that, because I see a lot of patients with amyloidosis. So I'd like to use that as an example to actually explain what we do. A lot of people don't understand that genetic counseling is kind of a mixed bag. It's medical genetics training, short-term crisis counseling, risk assessment, not just for you, but your family. So genetics is all about families. I tell my patients a lot, you don't choose your family, you're born with them, right? So you don't control what you get, you don't control what you pass down, but it's always on your mind. So it's very scary. They were talking about the crystal ball earlier today. Genetics is that crystal ball. I'm going to tell you. So amyloidosis, for example, has a subset that is inherited. What he has is the wild type. Fortunately, it means that the rest of the family is not at risk. But there is a hereditary form of amyloidosis, which is actually much more prevalent in the African American population. So we're adding that whole aspect to it. But how do you assess this? What does it mean? What does it mean for you? What does it mean for your treatment? What does it mean for your kids? What does it mean for your grandkids, your nephews, your nieces? It has its tentacles going out everywhere. I graduated a long time ago, but now we're about 7,000 odd genetic counselors in the country, which for us is a huge number, but may not seem so big on a global scale. Genetic diseases as a whole, we might think are common, they're actually individually very rare. We have 20,000 genes. We're born with all of them. They were determined at conception, so the implications of each one of those. So I work in cardiology, but prior to cardiology, I worked in high-risk obstetrics, so maternal fetal medicine, and it's just about finding what is it that I have in this diagnostic odyssey. What do I have? Is it something I can change, cannot change? Is there gene therapy, which is the new kid on the block? What is pharmacogenomics going to do, which is again mentioned this morning? Where does that take us, which has obviously helped. Ozzy here, tafamidis has been great for patients with amyloidosis. Is there gene therapy? We have trials for everything. So it's a matter of getting a diagnosis that helps them in their care, but also what it means for everybody else. Can we catch people before they're symptomatic? We're all familiar with newborn screening. We're trying to catch kids with diseases before they become symptomatic. But there's also so many diseases we see as an adult. So it's a lot of trying to figure out what's going on here, how much of it is pre-programmed, how much of it can be modified, and what does it mean for my kids and grandkids. Believe me, a lot of people don't do any genetics until they have kids in the picture. And with your grandkids, I'm not even going to talk about the level of emotional guilt that carries when you know, oh, this was something for me that my grandkid now has, even though intellectually you know I had nothing to do with it. And I think that's where we come in. So while I love the genetics, I'm fascinated by DNA, and I probably wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't. But at the same time, I also know the implications emotionally, what it means for people. And that's kind of where we fit in, trying to put the whole picture together. I have some families that when we talk to them, I see myself as the person who's going to be helping not just them, but their families and everyone. I have people from Singapore who reach out, from the Middle East, from England, and because we decimate this information, give them information to share with their families, and I get emails and calls and stuff. Hey, I am here. Can you tell me where to go to? And then we're trying to reach out to someone who's in their space who can help them. Forget the North American network. It's all over the world trying to get these people all connected.
Yeah, and such an important role too, because really so often we go in and it's not just us who have this condition, it's our family, our care partners, our circle, and making sure that they have the education, the knowledge as well is so important. So Ozzy, I'm gonna come back to you here. So you received the diagnosis and you touched a little bit on this earlier, but how did you manage to kind of navigate the system and get connected to the right providers and treatments?
Well, again, my journey is really an aberration compared to most others. And I was at the Mayo Clinic. They have an amyloid clinic there. And then, over the 6-month period of time, because I do have this condition called wild-type amyloidosis, which means I wasn't born with it, but I was 50 at the time, and so no one could really believe, because that is a disease typically attributed to much older individuals. So there was all this testing and genetic testing that was going on. But I took it upon myself then to educate myself and read a great deal and look for medications and treatments that were being available. And I actually happened to be at the University of Chicago, and I had a paper that a Dr. Maurer had written at Columbia University. And Dr. Maurer is truly an expert in his field, and he's renowned in the industry. I had this article in my hand that was written by this doctor, and the cardiologist who was scheduling me for this to get on the heart transplant list saw the article in my hand. And he said, I know Matt Maurer, and if you'd like to meet him, I can arrange that. So, I was graced with tremendous opportunity like that. Most other people don't. I mean, they kind of wander around for sometimes years before they even understand that or even hear the word amyloidosis. And so I was so fortunate that within a 7 or 8 month period of time, I was actually connected with one of the best amyloid physicians in the country. So I consider myself, to be graced by God and by good fortune. But I've heard so many other stories from so many other patients where it's years before they even find out that they have amyloidosis. And by then, the disease has progressed significantly. If tafamidis had not been interdicted into my body when it was, probably I would have debilitated fairly quickly over the course of the next few years. And because time is of essence in all types of these diseases, we heard the story earlier about 15 days on not being on a drug can be lethal. Well, this is a lethal disease that I had and many people have, and they don't always have the opportunity to have a rural doctor who sends them to the right location. And so getting to the right space, particularly in a disease that is not extremely well known, it really relies on the education, I think, of physicians in the first place. So I was lucky, but I think we have to, and one of the things that I do is I speak around the country to medical students, and we talk about amyloidosis because it is not, the subject matter is what we were talking about last night in medical school, is a paragraph. So we've got to educate our doctors as well as our patients. But again, my journey was relatively simple compared to others, but it does take kind of the physician in the first place to be cognizant of kind of this rare disease, if you will.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you bring up two very important points there. Really, the education awareness, both for clinicians, for patients, for family, but then also the time is of the essence, right? That getting that earlier diagnosis, getting to treatment earlier is so incredibly important that those delays can mean so much, not only for disease progression, but for, how a patient feels in the moment, right? Those are such important things. So Dr. Janae, we're talking a little bit about some of these kind of processes, and so for primary care providers, they're often the quarterbacks, right, for patient care, and you're helping people manage multiple conditions, coordinating across specialists, and really a lot of administrative hoops as well. So it's what I would imagine would be a very heavy burden to kind of have on an individual. So much of this work is completely uncompensated. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like for you and providers like you?
Oh, most of this work is not compensated. It was interesting because when we went into medicine, it was to help people, which we never really got compensated for. But I'm a social worker. I live in their lives. I have to deal with their lives. I have 5 generations of families that I take care of. So I think that's important for me because I understand their living surroundings. Because I'm a solo doctor, I'm one of those 26% that's still left in the country that is a solo practitioner. And when I mean 26%, that means a group of doctors that are 1 or 5 less in a group that are independently employed. So I have to not only worry about my patients, but I also have to feed my family and I have to worry about all my workers. So we try to work as a family to help our patients. So it's knowing the insurances that we deal with. I have someone who helps me in my office. We do pre-authorizations for everybody. And I'm a very, very strong advocate for helping my patients get whatever they want. And I've tried to teach them and educate them on how to do that because many times patients are kind of reluctant or maybe they don't have the time or the energy to do it. But I have found many ways to help them in the office using our cell phones to help them pursue their insurance companies, pursue the local legislators to help them get medicines that they need. We've also dealt with the Insurance Commission to integrate them for that. We've also worked with some of the Bureau of Aging in my area to try to get services for them at home. Meals on Wheels programs that we need to help them with. So this is where I come in as the social worker because I know a lot of my families, if I give them the medication and they take medication, but they don't have the right food and they're not eating right, they're still not going to get better for me. So, we try to incorporate a lot of that. I've worked with some of the food banks in the area and try to get patients aligned with food banks so that we can get them the proper food that they need for their medications. And we do try to work with many of the insurances. And like I said, I advocate for them and we do every pre-authorization that is necessary and have learned a lot of the tricks with the insurance companies on pre-authorizations on trying to get medications for them. And it's worked. I would say 65 to 70% of the time I'm able to get a pre-authorization through on my patients. And I know a lot of doctors say, oh, that's impossible to get. Well, it's not. If you just follow the rules and learn the little tricks of the trade and get your patients involved, it's very possible.
I mean, I'm just astounded at the amount that you're doing for your patients. It's truly incredible. And as you mentioned, there's all these barriers in place that happen, these delays, and it can be incredibly intimidating going in as a patient to that process. So having a partner like yourself that's really helping patients do that is truly incredible. So Rajni, I'm going to pose a similar question to you here. How often do you find yourself kind of stepping outside of what your formal role might be to step up and to advocate for patients or fill in the gaps in the system?
Is every day an acceptable answer? The reason I bring it up is I know it's not funny, but the whole discussion is all about insurance, right? It's about insurance paying for this, insurance paying for that. When every patient I see, I have to first see what is their insurance? Is it going to be paid for? Genetic counseling, and I will bring this up when we talk about policy, is not a covered benefit under CMS. We're not even recognized as providers. Genetic testing is considered investigational. So under that umbrella, a lot of what we do is not paid for. So while I would like to focus on what is it that we're doing and what test is there, 200,000 tests on the market, which one is more relevant to you? I have to think first about what's going to be paid for. And then there is the pre-authorization, and then there is the letter of medical necessity, and then there is going out. I remember one case, and this is unfortunately not too recent, but when I did a peer-to-peer, the insurance company, obviously that person was just reading off a sheet. They're like, we can pay for BRCA1 and 2, which are the genes for breast cancer. But I'm like, my patient doesn't have cancer. They have cardiomyopathy. Oh, but sorry, we'll pay for BRCA1 and 2 if you want. I'm like, what am I going to do with that information? So getting to the point that you have to actually spend so much time talking to insurance providers rather than focusing on what the patient needs. Outside of over and above, I think probably insurance has become part of the job description. I do spend a lot of time talking to extended family, especially the out of state, because we're only licensed in our states. I don't have a multi-state license, but talking to people in other states, other countries, trying to get them the information they need, because their provider there won't cover them for this. Their primary care provider won't refer them, even though it's according to national guidelines, trying to get all that information out, saying, these are the national guidelines, this is what is recommended, this is standard of care, this is what should be paid for. These are the things you should be doing to keep yourself and your kids safe. In cardiology, I see people who drop dead, or I don't see them, unfortunately. I hear about the case after. So we do stuff from medical examiners' offices. So we're getting postmortem samples. Did you save tissue that I can use for DNA analysis? Jurassic Park doesn't exist in real life. I can't get a block of DNA from somewhere and actually use it. It has to be saved and preserved a certain way. So kind of going around some of that and trying to educate our medical examiners that when you see someone who dies suddenly, please save me a purple top tube of blood, or please save me a green top tube of blood, or please do this so that we can get this data out for the rest of the family and protect siblings. We do it, but it takes a lot of time and energy to actually get people to understand what genetics actually is. I've had people who tell me, oh, do you think you're playing God? And I twist it around and say, God didn't give us the ability to know this, if you want to look at it that way. So I think a lot of extra time is spent on education. I do a lot of primary care education, provider care educations. I go out to the School of Social Work, because we work with cardiac social workers. I go to the School of Nursing, medical students, as you were talking, medical school trainees, fellowship trainees, residents, trying to get. Genetics becomes personalized medicine. That's where it's going, that your care is all determined by your genetic background. So personalized medicine, I think, has tentacles everywhere. So trying to get this information out, that this should be part of care, not an afterthought. Oh, by the way, let me do this.
I mean, I think, as Dr. Janae said, you get into medicine to help people, right? And there's barriers that are getting in the way of that, but that also looks like so many different things. It's not just one, sheet on a page of a job description. That looks like so many different things. And so I want to kind of come back. So to stay consistent with AfPA's message of driving change through policy, I want to hear from each of you about how we can improve some of these policies. So Dr. Janae, I'm going to come back to you, but what do you think policymakers can do to improve the landscape for primary care providers?
Well, I think number one with primary care is that we need to get CMS to pay physicians what they need and what they deserve. In the state of where we're at right now, physicians are really paid under the minimum amount of everybody else. They might get a 10% raise, whereas non-providers get a 70% raise. So I think monetarily wise, I think primary care is not being filled in the United States because physicians can't afford to be primary care physicians because they can't get paid enough. So I do think we need to advocate to improve the payment for physicians. And then to make the workload easier, I think prior authorizations need to be more unified, so that it's the same process. So like if I have a Humana, an Aetna, and a Highmark, I have 3 different kind of pre-authorizations processes. But if there was one process, I think more physicians would be more likely to go ahead and fulfill and try to get those pre-authorizations. It just gets cumbersome when you have all these different insurances and everybody has different rules. I've learned a lot of the tricks just because I do a lot of them, but not everybody does, and you get a lot of newcomers coming out that they don't understand all the tricks, and so the pre-authorizations are never completed and the patients never get the medications.
Which is
or procedures.
Very much not what we want. That's the exact opposite of the goal we're all working towards here. But so Rajani, I'm going to come to you now. So how do you think policymakers can ensure that genetic testing and counseling is more baked into the healthcare system?
So our national organization is called the National Society of Genetic Counselors, which has its own strategic aim of getting genetic counseling services provided for. A big, big thing is getting CMS to recognize genetic counselors. The Access to Genetic Counseling Services Act was actually written out in 2011, if I remember right. It's been redone and redone and redone and reaffirmed and again put out again in February of this year was the latest. There was a letter that went out to the Secretary of Health and Human Services in March There was a letter that went out to the head of CMS. Genetic counseling is not a covered benefit under CMS. And because of that, a lot of people are not covered. And Medicare, unfortunately, and a lot of my patient population is Medicare, tells, when we try to get trying to get them covered ahead of time, they say, we will tell you after the fact. So after you have the appointment, then we'll tell you if it's reimbursed or not, which doesn't help anyone. I know this came up this morning, but you don't want to know your cost after you've actually done it. And then the genetic testing, again, is the same thing. We'll tell you after. We're a little lucky in the last so many years that when I first started doing this, it was $2,500 out of pocket to do one test. Now we have a lot of commercial players in the field, so at least they have ways of working with your insurance. They do patient assistance plans. They do monthly payment plans. But at the end of the day, if you have this test that's going to change your family's risk and determine their care, why do we pay so much? I'll give an example. A genetic test, if I have a positive genetic test in someone, and I work very often in, like, say, cardiomyopathy or aortic disease and things like that, and this is going to tell you that your child has a 50-50 chance of developing this disease. The way to check them is a CT scan, an MRI, an echocardiogram. All this is going to cost you thousands of dollars. This genetic test will cost you $250. And it'll tell you that half the time you don't even need this because 50-50, it's a toss of the coin. Why wouldn't you pay that $250 to see that half the people don't need to go through all these tests? Forget the expense, it's the radiation, it's the lost productivity time, it's the dye that you put in for an MRI. Why do we need to expose them to this if we don't have to? But you won't pay for that genetic test, right? So there's all that. So I think getting a policy change to get CMS to pay for genetic counseling and testing is huge. And I know our national organization is constantly working on it. That's a big, big push that we could do in terms of a policy area, and I know it keeps coming up. Licensure was a very big thing for us right now. Fortunately, these are all state licenses. So I know, for example, in Michigan, I'm licensed. It was passed about 2 years ago. There are about 35 states now that have licensed genetic counselors, so we're allowed to at least independently bill. And one of the other things that came out was that we got new billing codes just approved as of 2025, where we can independently bill for the time that we actually spend with the patient. A lot of my time is, if it's a 1-hour patient visit, I'm probably spending about 6 hours outside of that we weren't allowed to bill for. Now we can bill for a portion of that. Whether it's getting reimbursed is a different story because, again, CMS doesn't pay for it. There's a lot of discussion about how there's a shortage of genetic counselors. That's because there's no reimbursement. So when you are not able to recoup the salaries you're paying, people are not going to hire them. I probably overbook I see about 130 to 140% a week of my caseload, just because we cannot hire someone else, and I have all these patients that have to be seen. And I'm making priorities. You're pregnant, I'm going to see you. You have impending surgery, I'm going to see you. You're a kid, I'm going to see you, because I'm biased towards kids. But we keep doing that, but there's no reimbursement, and then they're saying, we can't recoup your costs. So a big part of the policy change has to be, unfortunately, overbilling. If we can get CMS to cover this, I know NSGC works very actively on it. Each state chapter is working very actively on it. Another thing, there has been more policy that have come out on direct-to-consumer genetic testing. The number of people who come to me with, here's my direct DNA. And I don't know how many of you are familiar, but we have 6 billion letters in every cell that's our genetic material. If you give me a stack of 6 billion alphabets, I can't do anything with it because I can't interpret it. I don't have the time. I don't have the skill set. But being able to regulate what direct-to-consumer testing looks like, being able to regulate how this is getting out to people, how they're able to use it. Another thing is the policy over genetic information non-discrimination. So there was the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act that was passed in 2008, and it was rolled into the ACA. And as I tell my patients, ACA is there today. I don't know what's going to happen to ACA tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen to the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act. It protects health insurance providers, employers, and from discriminating based on genetic testing information as a pre-existing condition, but it doesn't protect life insurance. It doesn't protect disability insurance. It doesn't protect long-term care insurance. If ACA gets chopped, if GINA goes away, that we're going back 20 years, right? What is going to happen to So I tell a lot of my patients, please go get your life insurance, then come and see me. So let's not put this in your chart until we've got this all squared away. So when I think of policy, and I know I'm talking too much, but I think of payment, I think of direct-to-consumer advertising, I think about protections for pre-existing conditions as a genetic test. if I'm going to develop cancer in 50 years, you cannot, or a gene that's going to tell me I have a 60% chance to develop cancer in 50 years, why am I being denied care now? Right, so big conversation about things that policy can change. Just being here makes you think about it more, I guess.
Absolutely, lots of important issues there. And so, Ozzy, I'll come to you last on this question here. So what can policymakers do to ensure that patients like you can get to the right diagnosis and get to the right care faster?
I think that supporting research, particularly in the private sector, is really one of the most important things that policymakers can do in creating policy that incentivizes private sector research. I mean, I'm the benefactor of research that really is instrumental in saving my life. And today, that research should be, I think, incorporate, RNA, mRNA, DNA silencers and interferers, AI for diagnostics, arming a rural doctor with the capability to diagnose widely and broadly, I think is a significant item. So policies for that, because when many doctors hear a thundering herd, they think horses, they don't think zebras. And, amyloidosis patients are zebras. So I think that policy really to enhance and further research in these areas where, are essentially at one point cutting edge, but now really are becoming more common every day. I think that's what amyloidosis patients and patients in general really will benefit from. I mean, the constant state of medical change is saved my life and saved others' lives in here. And I think that's truly one of the benefits that policymakers can support.
Well, I think that leads us very nicely into our last question here for this panel, but we've talked a lot about the challenges. But I do want to try and end this on a note of optimism, as scarce as optimism might be these days. But over AfPA's 10 years of summits, we've seen a lot of evolution in the healthcare conversation. So what I'd like to know is where you've seen progress, and if you could share one success story or bright spot that gives you hope. So Dr. Dene, I'm going to come to you first. So from the physician's perspective, is there one success story or bright spot that you might be able to share with us?
Okay, let me give you a really interesting case that I had. It was a young girl who was 22 years old who'd seen 3 physicians over the time because she had a condition called erythema nodosum, which are these red nodules that she was getting on her legs. And at the time I was an intern, and she happened to be a friend of mine, and I said, I don't understand why nobody's like looking into what that is. She says, well, they said it's just something that'll go away. Well, I didn't believe her, and I said to her, why don't you come see me, and we're going to get some doctors to see you, and had one of the rheumatologists to get some tests that I needed to do because I was an intern and wasn't allowed to do too many things at the time. And we were able to diagnose her with a stage 1 Hodgkin's lymphoma at that stage that nobody thought about doing any tests on because she was a young girl and it was just a little bit of red lumps on her legs. As time progressed, however, she only needed to have radiation therapy, which at that time was a mantle. So it was a portal mantle therapy that she got radiation for. There was no chemo needed at that time. So 10 years later, I met her and she was having significant shortness of breath and developed pericarditis secondary to the radiation therapy and had to get emergency window put in her heart. And she did well after that until most recently when I saw her now as a patient and she was having increased shortness of breath. Her initial cardiologist said to her that her echo was fine, there was nothing else needed to be done. She saw a second cardiologist who said we had to do cardiac catheterization and she had a 99% blockage in 2 vessels. And he proceeded to try to open them up and could not. And this is where it became complicated because now he couldn't do it and she is 34 years old and are we going to do open heart surgery on her? And I suggested at that time about looking outside the box, finding other doctors, other outside the areas, and she was able to make the finances to go out to Cleveland Clinic, We got her seen by one of the top surgeons in the area who opened up her blood vessels, and she did fine. Then we got the insurance company who decided that that wasn't necessary. She didn't need to have those opened up. And it took us a battle of 16 months to try to get her bills paid, which we finally did successfully pay, but it was a nightmare. We had a perfectly legitimate case that an insurance company decided after the fact it wasn't necessary. But she's doing well now with her children, and very grateful that we were able to fight her case with the insurance company.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nay. And Rajni, I'm going to come to you with the same question here. Where have you seen progress? Is there a success story, a bright spot that that gives you hope that you'd like to share?
Actually, for all that I talked about, these are things that can be fixed. I so strongly believe in genomic medicine. I feel like that there's no, gold, checkbox for anything, but I feel so strongly that it's not just genetics, but it's also epigenetics, so the effect of environment, all your genomic background, but it is your genomic background that determines so much. And I think if I wasn't excited about it, I wouldn't come every day. I tell my students that if I don't get up every morning and say, oh my God, 23 pairs of chromosomes, see what you get, then I probably wouldn't do this anymore. Because I think it's fascinating. But I also think that there is so much to be done and so much we're so far ahead. I keep thinking of Ozzy. I've been doing cardiac genetics for about 18 years now, and tafamidis didn't even exist. And it's because of that coordination of industry and research and patients that we're able to do this. Tafamidis and many other drugs like that exist because patients have contributed to the research body and allowed their samples, and we do that when we consent people for genetic testing, saying, will you allow your de-identified sample to be used by a research lab to find new cures and treatments? And I have never had a patient say no. So if I were to think of the one thing that makes me feel so positive, it's the patients and families I see. Every one of them has so much of resilience. You lose your child. They didn't wake up that morning and go to school. At a 10-year-old who got off a slide in a water park and couldn't come out of the water because she died in the water. And you still find the energy to get up, you come, you talk, and you go out and advocate. I think my biggest strength comes from the patient advocacy organizations I work with. I work primarily in the cardiac space, like I said, but I think of all the different patient advocacy organizations I work with all the different kind of cardiac conditions I see, and it's humbling, and it motivates you, and you go to them and you see they're willing to do so much, and they're willing to put all their energy in, because they're lived experience, right? But all they're asking is for you to be out there backing them up or sharing information. So many patients who write blogs and they're like, oh, can you get involved with this? Or can you come and talk at our local chapter? Or can we disseminate your information to anyone? And yeah, I'm like, sure, pass it on. If I can't help you, I will find someone who can help you. So for me, the positive energy comes from my patients and families who come in every day, who come in and in spite of the losses they're dealing with and the health problems they're dealing with, they have the time to say, thank you for helping me. And you're like, you're the one dealing with all this. I'm just doing the science behind it. And I think, for me, the positivity comes from there. And I think that as long as our patients and families don't give up, nobody will give up, because we're doing this for them. And the energy they radiate to make this happen is what I think is the most positive thing. And I can think of multiple stories. I could sit all day and tell you about patients like this. I've got a family of 45 I've seen in Toledo. And they're like, can you come to this bar in Toledo, which is an hour from where I live, and talk to my family? Because you'll find most of them there and they won't come up to Ann Arbor. Or I've gone 3 hours north and sat with the family when they had a reunion or Thanksgiving and decimated the genetic information to all of them, because most of them were blind and they couldn't drive. So, when they are making so much effort to reach out and want to do this for everybody, it takes one person in a family to motivate everybody else. I've had people where it's been in the family for generations, and there was one 9-year-old and his mother, who was a veterinarian, who actually motivated the entire family to come in, and now I've seen like 23 of them. So I think that's where it comes from, is definitely my patients or families and their advocacy organizations.
I mean, I think that's such an important reminder about why every single one of us is sitting in this room and why we continue to do this work and what we're all holding on to and pushing forward even when things are chaos and crazy. But thank you for reminding us all of that. Ozzy, I'm going to come to you here last. Where have you seen the progress? What is a success story you'd like to share? What's the bright spot that really is holding hope for you?
Well, I mean, I'm the success story. I'm alive. The progress has been incredible on the research side and the development, clinical trials, and I think the other thing that I've seen so much progress in, and I'm speaking now particularly in the cardiomyopathy field as it relates to amyloidosis, is the education, because I think that anyone who's been confronted with a lethal disease understands that early diagnosis is the critical element in solving that problem. And, you know, I was early diagnosed, and I think that as we educate doctors and patients and clinicians about the different diseases that are out there and potentially out there, I think more and more will get treated, and will get treated early. So I think that, again, early detection is a key, and I think there's been a tremendous amount of education in that regard. And I also think that education is in part driven research and development of the necessary technology that's needed to treat some of these, what people characterize as rare diseases. So I think those are significant wins, and it's been in a short period of time. I mean, in 10 years, again, to think about the fact that there was zero treatment when I originally was diagnosed to today, where the technology is really engineered DNA for my treatment, in a 10-year period of time, and anybody who understands the FDA system, that's a spectacular event. So I think that that's been driven by, again, people who are willing to invest in the future and research, but also I think the education of the community, of the entire community, both medical and lay community.
Well, I appreciate all three of you kind of helping us end this on a positive note. We do have a couple of minutes for questions from our audience, but I do just want to say thank you all again so much for joining us and for sharing your expertise and your experiences. But I will open it up now to the audience for a couple of minutes of questions if there's any questions here.
So I share your passion for genetic testing, but because of budget neutrality, anytime this gets brought up before CMS, the rest of organized medicine, their support is lukewarm at best, because we know if you get credit for this testing, we'll get paid less. So what's your comment on that? It's a huge hurdle.
And I will give a disclaimer that I know zero about economics. So I'm not even going to try. I can barely balance my budget at home. I'm not even going to think about large-scale budgets, right? And I look at it from a different angle. I said, yes, there is here's the thing that you're not going to get reimbursed for. But I also look at downstream. So one of the things I did to try and prove why we need to hire, say, more genetic counselors is looking at downstream cost saving and downstream revenue. So when you think about someone who has a genetic test, but you now have the rest of this family maybe now going for unnecessary tests, over and above, we're going to end up saving money for the healthcare system in that sense, because they're going to be half of that population. And again, I'm looking at cardiac diseases because they're mostly what we call dominant diseases, which is 50-50. You also have the other things that you see on the newborn screen that are recessive diseases, which only 25% of the people at risk are going to develop the disease. So if we say that between 25 to 50% of the people we are thinking about in this family no longer need to come through the healthcare system, in the big picture, you're actually saving a lot of money. So that's one of the ways of thinking about what is this going to do in terms of saving long-term health costs. If you want a healthier population and less people showing up for things that they don't need to show up for, how do you factor that into the equation? That's up to the economics people to do. I can't even say the word, but I can't pretend to know that. But I look at it that way.
It looks like we've got a question online here as well. So as advocates, what have you found to be the best avenue for patients or other advocates to take to share their stories, their voices with policymakers? I will open that up to the three of you if any of you have got an answer there.
The number one thing I would say is support organizations, patient advocacy organizations. They have tentacles, they have reach, they know how to get to people, they know the experts. A lot of these organizations have, if they have a national chapter, but many of them have state chapters. So that's the place I would suggest anyone to go start with.
I usually have my patients go to the local representative's office. I have them go there in person. After they leave my office, I say, go right over down the block to the state representative's office and go tell them why you can't get this prescription. And it's interesting, like after they go see the state representative, sometimes my pre-authorizations seem to go through a lot quicker. So that has to be one of my tricks that I have found really helps a lot, because when these legislators know that their voters are coming to see them, they're a little bit more concerned than just me calling on the phone and saying, hey, by the way. So I tell them, you're on your way out of my office, just go right down the street, and it works.
Ozzy, I know you've been doing a lot of advocacy yourself.
I have, and I think it's an honor to be part of it, because there are a number of organizations that get to the Hill, that get to policymakers, and just my personal experience has been there's a great many of our congressional leaders who truly care about healthcare, the impact on individuals, and when they hear from people and it's kind of humanizing to them, they really respond well to that. So I think continuing sort of the fight, if you will, on the Hill is an extremely important part of what we all do.
Well, thank you. I think that is a perfect place to end, right at the time there as well. So thank you all again so much for participating in today's panel. Well, thank you to our last panel and really all of our panels today for the thoughtful discussions. We've reached the final session of our 10th annual Policy Summit, and we're also approaching AfPA's 20th year. And so we wanted to spend a few minutes as we close out the day kind of going back to AfPA in the very beginning. And so I'm pleased to be joined by two folks who were there from the start. First, Dr. David Charles, who moderated earlier, who is our Chief Medical Officer, but also our co-founder, along with Brian Kennedy, who co-founded AfPA and is my predecessor, serving as AfPA's first executive director. Both of you really helped shape the early days of AfPA, and so we wanted to just spend a few minutes reflecting on not just where AfPA has come, but how the policy challenges, the policy discussions have changed over the last almost 20 years. So thank you both for being here. Dr. Charles, I want to start with you. So when you and Brian founded AfPA almost 20 years ago now, you saw that the policymaking process often left that clinician's perspective, left it out of the policy conversation. What motivated you to step into, this arena, and what did the early days look like?
Okay. Well, I'll take that, and then of course, Brian.
Yeah, let's see if we have the same memories.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, in the past, I served as a health policy fellow in the United States Senate. I worked on a subcommittee that dealt with everything related to HHS, so NIH, FDA, CDC, and so forth. And what I noticed, being on the policymaker side of the table, if you will, is that when physician groups came in, they were often the worst advocates, right? For the most part, they only asked for increased reimbursement, or there was some scope of practice topic, right? That was pretty much across every specialty. And then invariably, they would come in and start talking, and they would get completely off topic. whatever was going on currently in the news, they might start talking about that. They might have leave-behinds, might not. And then, the next meeting would be with a group that's prepared. They come in, they know both sides of the issue that they're advocating on. They have good leave-behinds, they stay on time, and they stay on topic, right? Because the staffer's meeting with so many people, day in and day out. And so kind of growing out of that was this idea that clinicians didn't seem to be the best advocates. And so one of the primary goals of the Alliance for Patient Access is to train clinicians to be better advocates for patients to get access to care. So we're not for physician reimbursement, although I'm for that. We're not about scope of practice. It's tightly focused on value and the physician-patient relationship and getting patients access to care.
I love that. And I think it's so important because, and we talk about this at a lot of AfPA meetings, we have done research that kind of looks at who's trusted in the healthcare conversation. And it really is nurses, physicians, other healthcare providers. And so making sure that they have the voice to do it effectively, I think is really important. Does that match your
pretty much,
memory?
pretty much. So my background was in medicine. I was in law, campaign politics, corporate public affairs, government relations, all things related to advocacy. And, going back to season years before AfPA started, when I first met Dr. Charles, he had just returned. I was living in Nashville. He had returned from Washington, having spent that time in the Senate, and articulated this need about doctors needing to be better at advocating to policymakers. I thought, well, that's an interesting idea. But then really AfPA started around a series of projects, almost just kind of one-off workshops. Let's gather a group of neurologists, to talk about what are the issues impacting patient access. How could they be addressed at a policy level? And that's what was different too. The advocacy that was going to take place and what we really, AfPA kind of became focused on was not just empowering clinicians to effectively engage with policymakers to inform decision making, but to do it on those access issues at a policy level. So policy advocacy, in cross-patient advocacy, whether that was clinicians or patient groups, et cetera, just wasn't taking place much at that time 20 years ago. A lot of great work being done in support of patients, services that are being provided by patient advocates, raising awareness about disease states, support for research that was taking place. But the idea that one of the mandates of patient advocacy groups should be to try to inform policy really wasn't, central to what patient advocacy community was doing at the time. And to see the progress, of AfPA, but so many fellow travelers who are here in the room have made in 20 years, really to become trusted, known, powerful voices in informing the policy discussion, I think that's a testament to both the need that existed and the work that so many here have done.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So from the policy side of things, how have the issues evolved or not over time, since 2006?
Yeah, it's interesting because in some ways they've kept pace with what's happening in healthcare, which is healthcare has become just a bigger and bigger part of our economy, part of our society, et cetera. Part of this is the fact, and Ozzy's doing his best to beat him, but Father Time is undefeated, right? Our populations are getting older, so healthcare consumption is increasing. And that's what's really driving this discussion about, okay, how do we pay for it all, right? We've got an aging population. We've got all kinds of risk factors related to, aging, but also obesity, cholesterol, hypertension, all the things that are kind of indicative in our society at this point that are driving up consumption of healthcare. Chronic diseases are front and center, whether it be kind of across the cardiometabolic, kidney, liver conditions, which are more prevalent, the inflammatory conditions that we work on, the neurological conditions, and all age-related are driving that. So the issue before policymakers is, well, how do we pay for it all? But this focus, we had the discussion right before lunch about the cost of drugs, et cetera. In some ways, I feel like this is the debate that's taking place on the deck of the Titanic. Is somebody noticed there's an iceberg right over there and we're headed right at it, right? And like the debate is, well, it feels like we pay a lot for the coal. Well, that's not that, where we are at this moment. We're a healthcare system that's about to go underwater unless we change the way we're doing this. And the fact is, what we're advocating for is the solution, not the problem. Because the solution starts with prevention, right? So everything that everybody here is doing to help raise awareness about what are the risk factors for these diseases, what are the changes that can be made, to prevent. Early diagnosis, vigilance, making sure we're screening people who are at risk, because we know if we get them on treatment earlier, they're going to have a better health outcome and drive down costs to the healthcare system. Taking a holistic approach to healthcare, where we think of patients outside the silo, that they're arthritis patients, not just an arthritis patient, that they've got a lot of comorbidities in play and are at risk for others here. How is it we get integration across the healthcare system? How is it we put the focus at the primary level so that both in terms of prevention, early intervention, treatment, we've got capacity in the system to do that at a time where we actually are seeing an exodus of healthcare providers and having increasing challenges in that system? How is it that we raise the bar? We always sit in these meetings, talk about managing conditions. What about healing? What about actually helping people achieve remission in their conditions so they can live signs and symptoms free of that disease? And then ultimately, we need to have a far more equitable system. We heard the discussion, you made a great point earlier, right? Really it's just those with means and education oftentimes are able to kind of run the gamut to get to the therapies. We've made this huge investment in this innovation that can do so much for people, for healthcare systems, society as a whole, but people can't access it. We have to have a much more equitable approach. So I think we're at meeting our moment in time, but it's not just enough to battle over this prior authorization and that, idea about drug pricing, et cetera. We need to paint a vision of the healthcare system that is truly not only benefits the patients, but that will actually allow us to, meet this moment in time where this iceberg's right over there. That's my stump. Go for it.
Dr. Charles, anything you'd add?
No, I think that's a great summary. No.
So, Dr. Charles, from the clinician's perspective, how has AfPA's work made a difference for you, or what has that looked like for you?
Well, I think for me, it's been so rewarding because, this whole notion that I saw clinician groups, not being effective advocates, and then going back to my hospital where I work and sitting around the physician lounge and listening to doctors complain bitterly, but not willing to do anything about it from an advocacy standpoint. And so now, 20 years later, more than a dozen working groups, clinicians who come together, we don't pay them. We're not giving them honoraria to come and participate in the Alliance for Patient Access. Fly in, sit, as Brian says, in a windowless conference room over a weekend and learn how to be effective advocates. And moving from there's nothing we can do to, in fact, there is something you can do, and you can be effective advocates. So for me, just to see how the organization has grown over time, and now a dozen or more working groups and the coalitions, it's just incredibly rewarding.
Yeah, definitely a lot of growth over the last 20 years, and I think your story is a common one among the physicians and clinicians that we work with, is it feels good to do something, and to be able to move the ball forward and share, your perspective with policymakers who can make a difference. Brian, so you have watched kind of these access conversations unfold over the last couple of decades now. From early and step therapy to kind of these bigger picture conversations we're having now. Where do you see the through lines? Where do you think the conversation's headed next? I think you talked about some of it, but.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me too is so much of my work now is focused outside the United States, really building upon the model that we have in the Alliance for Patient Access. We started the Global Alliance for Patient Access about 10 years ago. So we're working with stakeholders, both patient advocacy organizations and clinicians in Europe, Latin America, Asia Pacific region, Australia, frankly everywhere outside the United States, to introduce this notion of that part of the role of the patient advocate is to engage with policymakers. And in some ways, when I travel these other places and I hear the stories of what's taking place in the healthcare system, I'm just amazed at how good we have it here. In terms of the ready access we have, it's a fight over whether you can get the treatment. There it's just, not even an option at all. But in other ways, I feel like maybe I'm looking at the future, because in these much more restrictive healthcare systems, whereby it's cost to the healthcare system that's guiding the entire decision making, that decision making is very isolated from the role of the advocate, et cetera. And so in many ways, it's a cautionary tale. We're trying to do is motivate the interest there amongst the stakeholders to engage policymakers. And of course, that looks different in every country, every region, traditions, cultures, varies from disease group to disease group, frankly, in terms of how they approach it. But the advocates are very anxious and hungry to try to kind of model their approach similar to what we've done here. And so I see great hope there. But I think globally, the big picture where we are is there's a recognition that it is about value. We're going to be paying for this health care. Are we going to really see a return that benefits patients, caregivers, the healthcare system, society, and the economy as a whole? That's the case we have to make. Policymakers here at least will say that they want to help patients. Frankly, in many of these other countries, it's about the healthcare system and the economy that matters most to them. The patient's kind of secondary and all that.
Absolutely. Well, and we spend a lot of time at AfPA arguing, and Olivia said it on the last panel, that, treating people as people and making sure it's a patient-centered model of care benefits not just the patient, not just the clinician, but really the overall healthcare system. So we just have a couple minutes left. So Dr. Charles, I'll start with you. So as we enter our 20th year in 2026, I think we're all very proud of the work AfPA's done, how we continue to your point, grow, have more of an impact. I'd love to hear from both of you, but I'll start with you, David. Is there like a particular memory or example that, of our advocacy that you're proud of over the last 20 or so years?
Yeah, I guess one that I would share is the opportunity to weigh in on people who are living in long-term care facilities. And this one was personal to me because my mother was living in a long-term care facility at the time. And I was learning through the work at AfPA things that my mother was being subjected to that I didn't know was actually happening due to federal regulations that regulate long-term care facilities that receive federal funds. And so there is a condition for which there's an FDA-approved medication, but the federal regulations required that medication to be reduced repeatedly until it was eliminated. Yet all of the evidence said it had to be at a certain dose or it was ineffective. And the condition that it was treating was relentlessly progressive and incurable. So it was never a situation where the patient wasn't going to have that condition in the future. So for me, it was particularly rewarding to engage on that, engage with CMS. Working with the government slow and it's bureaucratic and all that, but they do have a process. And if you're persistent, along with another AfPA member, we were able to speak with CMS and they listened and they changed the guidance. And so, as clinicians, we fight the battle day in and day out, peer to peer, one patient at a time. Right, but here was an opportunity, and this is something we share with AfPA members, here's an opportunity to engage and change a policy that affects more lives than you could ever see in your clinical practice for an entire career. Right, and so that's particularly rewarding.
Absolutely, I love that example. That's also one of the first issues I worked on when I came to AfPA. So it brings me back. Brian?
Oh, I think it's just kind of the evolution, what's taking place. And you go back 20 years ago, social media was a minor player in all this. Now it's almost everything, right? So just to see the macro trends like that. Those favorite memories are those early day workshops where we were in the windowless conference room at the Marriott Airport, Marriott Hotel near the airport, telling stories about Paul Revere and Bill Dawes and things like that. To really the evolution of this format. About 10 years ago, we introduced the policy summits, and we produced this across Biologics and then AfPA, but also related ones and other coalitions that we work with, really to bring advocates together to look at the policy issues impacting access and engaging with policymakers there. We had Leave It to Beaver. Jerry Mathers, I think, was a keynote speaker at one of our first policy summits we had. So those type of memories, of course. And then, of course, the fact from the kind of the summit thing to last year at the World Health Assembly, we were producing, events on cardio-kidney metabolic conditions and having health ministers from other countries come and speak to the patient advocates and, really in that context, being able to do the same type of approach. So it's really fun to see that progress that's being made and that the issues that we care about are the issues now that are in the news. They are the issues that are front and center in the Trump RX. Who would have ever seen that coming? But these are the things that are topical. These are newsworthy today. So we're in the right place at the right time in terms of opportunity to inform this discussion.
Absolutely. Well, and regardless of the issue or how the issues have evolved and changed, I think the clinician voice, and the patients that they represent remains as important as ever. We were doing Hill meetings not too long ago and bringing folks from the clinician kind of side of things up to the Hill. And there were offices who said, we've not heard from a clinician. This is the first time I'm hearing the, doctor's perspective on this topic. And so I think it just speaks to the need that still exists. So I think we are about out of time. So want to say a big thank you to both of you for sharing your reflections. While the issues have changed, there's still a lot of work to be done, and I think we're all excited about what comes next. So thank you both.
If we can say thank you to you, because while we started, Josie has taken it to whole different levels and done a fantastic job there. Thanks to Gavin Klingham, who's really led on policy over the years and the contribution he's made. Amanda Conchafter for the communications and all the impact that we've had with the white papers, policy briefs, videos, infographics, all the things you see from AfPA. The whole team that's part of this. And ultimately to David, whose idea really, was the germ of the idea that became the AfPA, and many other clinicians who've joined, on the board of directors and serving in working groups. So thanks to everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, Joseph.
Both. So with that, our 10th Annual National Policy and Advocacy Summit comes to a close. I will not keep you long because I know you have stuck with us for a lot of hours here, but really want to say a big thank you to everyone who has joined us today in person, online, our moderators, our panelists. This has been a day filled with thoughtful discussions, energizing discussions about how policy impacts patients and what we can do as a community, whether you're a provider or a patient or a caregiver or another advocate, to support patients throughout their journey. We've talked about the barriers that folks face, from cost to access to bigger kind of system level challenges. But we've also had a lot of really good conversation about what we can do, what comes next from a policy perspective, how we can support patients. And so really want to say thank you for all the ideas that have been shared today. So as we wrap, special thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to those who tuned in today. A very big thank you to everyone on the AfPA team who has helped put this together. It takes a village, so our digital team, our educational team, our events team, a number of folks have contributed to this event and this discussion both today and over the years. So big thank you to our AfPA team. There are certainly a lot of challenges ahead, but we know that the future continues to be very bright. And so I know everyone at AfPA, certainly myself, are very much looking forward to continuing to partner with all of you to make patient-centered care more of a reality here. So thank you all for your time, and we will see you next year.